content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It is the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases. And let me get right to what it is that I want to do. I'm gonna cut the music out, cut that scene out, go to the main scene so I can get this on and popping. The music should stop rather abruptly. Okay, so the music has stopped. Shout out to everybody out there, Barry Little, Louis Conyer, Heru Aten Patah, Mr. Blue Collar, and Rasheed Bourne. Shout out to y'all, man, and everybody else out there. Today, I want to just basically finish what I started. And to help me do this, I brought in a good brother of mine, man. His name is Dr. T.S. Johnson. What's cracking with you, Doc?
I'm good, man. What's good with you?
Man, I'm good. I'm good, man. Just got through eating some chicken wings. So I'm feeling pretty good. Right. You know, been having some bowel irritations lately, though, man. You know, I know that's a lot of information, but you know, it is what it is. You know, but yeah, so today what I want to actually do is just kind of finish up what I started. And I thought that bringing you in and having your expertise to help me make sense of this would be appropriate, and it would be, you know, wise to do. So thank you for coming. You know, I know it was ad hoc and kind of last minute, but thank you for coming through and doing that.
All right, man.
So, you know, the last show I did, man, I basically talked about intersectionality and how I was influenced by Shahrazad Ali and her work, in particular, her book, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, let me preface my comments by saying this, and I'm going to say it unapologetically. As far as I'm concerned, intersectionality has two sides, two horns, as it were. There's a distributive horn, and it's about women who are black, who are feminist. But it's an assessment about black women in general, though. Namely that they don't have access to resources and to the economy in the same way other groups do, okay? And so therefore they're marginalized on that account, okay? And they're marginalized on the account that not only are they women, and women suffer from marginalization within the context of the market in the economy, but also that they're black and they suffer from racism as well.
Right.
Okay. Now, the other horn is the retributive horn. And thank you, Iba Sosa. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the coin. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that. But the other horn is the retributive horn. And it's a backward-looking horn, and it's related to justice. It's forward-looking, too, in the sense that it's seeking retribution for a phenomena, okay? The phenomena is something that they term violence against women, okay? Mm-hmm. So what I said was, on that show, I basically said, intersectionality is an academic theory that's an apology for the expansion of the carceral state for black men primarily, under the frame that black women are unjustly and arbitrarily subjected to male dominance via violence and rape, okay? And I said that, in particular, this retributive horn of intersectionality outlines the ways that black and immigrant women are overlooked and undersupported as they are subjected to domestic violence and rape, whereas white women are not. Okay? Also, I said that conceptually, It begins with the unavowed premise, but I think it's a false premise, right? It's a white feminist premise that when women are subjected to domestic violence, it is because the men that they are involved with seek to assert power and control over them, right? And they substantiate these claims, or this premise rather, by women's experiences, their narratives and testimony, and what they consider to be the self-evident truth of patriarchy theory, right? And of course, patriarchy theory is the idea that men impose their will over women and thereby they oppress them and dominate them and commit acts of violence against them, that they are culturally imperialistic and a whole host of other things. But I mean, you get the picture, right? So, I mean, their ability to make these assertions emanates from standpoint epistemology, which means that they're in a unique position to actually know
Right.
that this is true. Namely, that there is something called the patriarchy and it's evil and it's ominous and men are colluding with one another in order to subjugate women. Okay? Now, as far as I'm concerned, and I said this earlier on the show, I said that there's no need for Crenshaw to actually justify the claim that women are subjected to male dominance by means of violence and rape, precisely because they don't have to. I mean, she doesn't have to. Because what she's doing is, for the most part, arguing for support and resources which are primarily dispersed to white women. So in my estimation, it's a Me Too theory before the Me Too movement, right? Which was subsequently hijacked by white women.
But we gotta add to that real quick. I mean, the part of the argument she's making is based on a historical legacy of stereotype that black men are inherently violent and domineering and sexually violent as well. She's making this appeal to white society on the basis of their assumptions about us as black men. So she does, as you said, she doesn't have to prove it. But part of the reason she doesn't have to prove it is because we're talking about black men. So it's an accepted truth that black men are violent rapists, and that's part of what the black
even more so. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
No, even more so than their white male counterparts.
Right.
And you'll see that because I noticed that I made a mistake in the last video, because as I read from the article, mapping the margins, what I didn't do was actually show the screen. Okay. So tonight, what I want to do is actually show the screen and go through some of the arguments that she makes and try to ascertain if she's telling the entire story. Okay. And quite frankly, we can potentially, make an excuse for her and say, well, there wasn't enough data present at the time, which I don't buy into that. Okay. And the reason that I don't buy into it is precisely because I think women know what they're doing. I think women know that they are violent towards their intimate partners. I think they know this. Anything to the contrary to me would just be cap as far as I'm concerned. I mean, and not to say that men aren't also violent. I think this, they are. But to argue that women are never violent at all and that they're not exacerbating this problem within the confines of the black community and to just shift all the blame to men is easy to do, precisely because white feminists have already done it with white men. Okay? And yeah, I mean, it's even easier to make the case for black men because of the prevailing social scientific literature that was racist directly after Jim Crow, right? Where these social scientists were basically arguing that black men are innately pathological, they're predisposed to brutalize and to rape women. But particularly, this was the case, that they made about black men in relation to white women. So, here come black women, arguing that for the most part, these claims are for the most part true. But it's not white women that they're attacking, it's us. So it is. So I get your point. I mean, the idea is that these stereotypes already exist about us, and so it's easy to make an appeal. Because who else is she appealing to?
Mm-hmm.
She's not having a conversation with black folks. You get what I'm saying? She's not making an appeal to us collectively. She's making an appeal to the legal system, to the academic system. She's making an appeal to feminist activists. That's who she's in conversation with. She's not in any direct conversation with black men.
Right.
This is like just dragging us through the mud. Officially, this is a diatribe and an invective to another audience, typically the white folks in the academy and in the legal profession, and again, in activist circles, people in non-governmental organizations, and so on and so forth, right? So ultimately what they argue, again, is that race doesn't work for them because race conversations typically tend to center black men, and feminist conversations don't actually work for them. Shout out to Grinch, man. What's up, my boy? Appreciate the the dime you just dropped on me. Appreciate that. But also, feminist, policy doesn't work for them. It's not tailor-made for them because of the racial issues. So, I mean, it's like, they consider themselves to be stuck in a catch-22, right? So, but as far as I'm concerned, and I said this on the last show, what intersectionality is to me is a clarion call for black women to unapologetically use the state as a form of proxy power to create social death and incarceration, and perhaps maybe even death if they so desire it, for black men under the false frame that men are brutalizing pure and innocent black women in domestic settings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I've even said yesterday, and I'll say it today, do black men ever assault women? Yeah, it happens. Not saying it doesn't happen. But there's another side of the coin as it pertains to this issue. Thank you, Mr. Heat. Because women are also assaulting their male partners. And this gets lost in the translation. They never speak about this. All they do is, use the rubric of violence against women. But they never stop and have a conversation and argue that, okay, as we investigate or examine this phenomena, we also see that women are violent and they have to bear some sort of responsibility in relation to this, this phenomena that we call domestic violence. Okay? So, but they don't do it. What they do is they hide evidence. They avoid the evidence. They suppress the evidence. They perform selective citations of the source material related to the issue. And you know this very well yourself as a black academician who's a male. They publish conclusions that don't exist within some of the data. They block publications from ever appearing. They deny funding to scholars who don't confirm patriarchy theory. And if that doesn't work, they sometimes harass, threaten, and penalize academicians and researchers who produce evidence that contradicts patriarchy theory. All right, so those are some of the tactics that they use. Now, all I want to do is just go through. Do you have any?
Go
ahead.
We got to add one more thing to that, and this is a shout out to Dr. Curry. They also rely heavily on what he refers to as the subculture of violence theory, right? The arguments put forth by racist white scholars about black men that have been in many feminist circles taken as an inherent and a given truth. As a matter of fact, black feminists in particular have relied on that very idea as well. So it's hard to argue. And as you put out, they're not referring to necessarily data that actually has substance, but it's enough to make the argument where most people will accept the idea that black men are whatever they say they are, simply because that's the narrative that's been going for quite a while now. So I just need to add that extra piece. There is a concept for that, the subculture of violence theory.
For sure, you're right. And thank you, Barry Little, for the support. Let me go ahead and put the super chats up, man, so they can get their honors really quickly. Support your scholars, Barry Little. Mr. Heat, support the Green Gorilla channel. Thank you, sir. Better let them know. Let them know. Support the Green Gorilla channel. Grinch, what's good with you, my brother? Thank you so much for your support. And also, I want to give a shout out to Ebo Sosa. Thank you for your support as well. He says, dropping a little coin for the gorilla. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So let me just get right to it, right? I'm going to dive right into this text, okay? And you're going to have a lot to say about this. I know it. No doubt in my mind, okay? Not even a little doubt. And thank you, Rasheed Barnes. Appreciate your support. But let me share this screen really quickly. And window I want to open is mapping the margins. Okay, I assume you can see this. I can't see if you can see it, but
yeah, I can see it.
Okay, you can see it. All right. So people didn't believe me when I said that Shahrazad Ali had some influence over the content of intersectionality. But as far as I'm concerned, much of Kimberly Crenshaw's response to Shahrazad Ali went into developing and crafting the retributive horn of intersectionality theory. All right? So let's just get right into what she says about Shahrazad Ali. Okay? So this is what she says now. This is Kimberly Crenshaw. The name of this article is called Mapping the Margins. Okay? And let me just show them the title really quickly so they can see it for their own eyes. Okay? Mapping the Margins. Intersectionality, identity politics, and violence against women of color. Okay? Now notice that the language is exactly the same as white women's language.
Mm-hmm.
Must be nice to borrow from a prototype or a rubric or a heuristic that for the most part already just, puts forth the idea that, men are these evil, ominous creatures who are just subjecting haphazardly and indiscriminately and arbitrarily women to violence. Okay? Thank you, Dr. Tree. Appreciate I appreciate your donation, sir. Thank you, sir. So let's get back to the section where she goes in on Shahrazad Ali, because that's what I want you to, look at, and I want you to respond to. Okay.
But welcome to the Terror Dome.
Somebody just hit you up.
Okay.
Yeah, they hit me. I'm sorry, I don't know how to stop it.
Don't even worry about it. Let it just ride on through.
But welcome to the Terror Dome.
Damn.
Yeah, you're getting a whole bunch of hits, right? People are probably renewing their subscriptions right now. The same thing is happening to me, man.
Yeah.
The exact same thing is happening to me right now. All right, but okay, so maybe can you hear the gorilla growling?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, man, sorry about the all of the intervenings and interruptions. Apologize for that. But geez, man, when is it going? Okay, maybe it's done at the current moment. Okay, oh, here we go again. Let me let this play out for a second, man. Let me let this play out, man. Hold on, let me let this play out. Thank you, Jeffrey Speed. Appreciate that. I think Gold Professor is the last one. I think Gold Professor is going to pop up, and then it'll be the end of that. Oh, Mark Holt. Okay. Thank you for all my gorillas out there. They beating their chest. They proud, man. Okay. Jesus.
That's all right.
It is a good thing, though. It's a good thing, man. It's a good thing. All the people showing support for the Green Gorilla channel, man. Big up to y'all. Oh my God, man.
You might as well email me the paper too, if you got a second. shoot me the paper, man.
I'm gonna shoot it to you now. Hold on. I'm sorry, fellas, man. It's just this machine, man, it's got a mind of its own at the current moment, man. So I gotta let it go through what it's going through. And then yesterday I downloaded this, shared it. Crenshaw. Mapping the margins.
Yeah.
I want to share that. Share. What's your email address?
Oh yeah. I'll type it in the private.
Okay. Because I don't have any other way to send it to you. I have to send it to you that way.
Okay.
Let me see. I can attach a file. Crenshaw.
All right, I sent it.
Okay. I'm sending it to your Facebook. So you should have it now. I'll just send it to your Facebook.
All right.
All right, so you got it now. Okay. The interruptions are done. Okay. And thank you for all the supporters, man. So going back to what we were doing initially. Okay. So she says, this is Kimberly Crenshaw now. She says that within communities of color, efforts to stem the politicization of domestic violence are often grounded in attempts to maintain the integrity of the community. The articulation of this perspective takes different forms. Some critics allege that feminism has no place within communities of color, that the issues are internally divisive, and that they represent the migration of white women's concerns into a context in which they are not only irrelevant, but also harmful. At its most extreme, this rhetoric denies that gender violence is a problem in the community and characterizes any effort to politicize gender subordination as itself a community problem. What is your response to that?
Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think it's deflective. I mean, I think what she's trying to do here is a bit of a straw man argument. So she's basically arguing that the people are in the black community most particularly, and she's really talking about black men most especially via black nationalism, dismiss the feminist argument because they want to be able to maintain violence against women and downplay the seriousness of it. I mean, these are kind of arguments you tend to get from these kind of feminists, and it's deflective. But it's also deflective along the lines of what you laid out in your last show, right? It's a one-way acknowledgement of intimate partner violence. It's only acknowledging men's contribution to it, not women's. It also doesn't deal with psychological and emotional abuse, especially along the lines of gender as well. It doesn't deal with any of that. It doesn't deal with who initiates violence more, who uses weapons more often. It doesn't deal with issues of rape as it pertains to black men. All of that she sidesteps, but she's relying on the overall base assumption that most people have that women are inherently more victimized than any other group. And this is something that white women have pushed forth based on a very, old Victorian notion of female vulnerability that most of us have been conditioned to believe. So it's easy for her to make these glib statements without having to back it up with data because most of us accept it. I mean, the first time I ever read about intersectionality, they didn't provide any evidence, no empirical data, but I accepted it, right? Because she said, because they said, right, women are vulnerable, black people are vulnerable, LGBT folks are vulnerable, or at that time it was just gay and lesbian, they're vulnerable, and poor people are vulnerable. And because those four groups are vulnerable, if you're a gay black woman, you were inherent, especially if you were black poor woman, you were all four categories, and therefore you were the most vulnerable group. And it seemed like it made sense. I'm like, oh, 2 + 2 + 2. Okay, all right, it all adds up. I had not been trained to look at empirical data at that time. So that's what changed the whole dynamic. But that's essentially what she's doing. She's deflecting by relying on our base assumptions that have really been promoted by the white academy about black men in particular, but men in general. And that's been the end, and that's what she's relying on to make this argument.
I'm in agreement with that. What I've done the last show is, I basically provided the evidence, which for the most part demonstrates that women are just as likely to be violent in the context of intimate partner relationships as men, if not even more so. And what I did was I made an allusion to an article. I'm going to show you that article right now before I move forward, because I think it's appropriate at this point, at this juncture, to actually do that. Okay. And this is not, to take a dig at women or black women, white women for real. It's just to tell the truth. Okay. Like if we're going to deal with this phenomena, if you really want to tackle it, you have to tackle it with the truth. All of the ugly truth related to it, not just rely on, as you said, glib statements that are corroborated by notions that are predicated on folk wisdom, right? And the assumption that women are more virtuous than men. That's not erudition. That's that's just some bull crap as far as I'm concerned, man. Mm-hmm. That's just how I feel, okay? And that's what I think. But let me share with you right now before I move forward a window, which basically in an article, and I'm only going to read part of it. I'm not going to read the entirety of this thing, okay? Should be popping up any second now. You can see that, I'm sure. Ultimately, it says, and this is a study done by some Harvard University professors. There are over 300 studies similar to this one, okay? In the academy, the studies almost, somewhat close to 400,000 people, right? And this is just one such study. And the objective of this study in particular was to examine the prevalence of reciprocal, and they define it, violence perpetrated by both partners, right? And non-reciprocal intimate partner violence, and determine whether reciprocity is related to violence frequency and injury. So they studied 18 to 28-year-olds from the 2001 National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health, which contained information about 11,370 respondents on 18,761 heterosexual relationships. And the results were almost a quarter of all relationships had some form of violence. And half of those, so about 12% of those, were reciprocally violent. But in the non-reciprocally violent relationships, where one person is being violent and the other is not, women were perpetrators in more than 70% of the cases.
Right. And those numbers tend to be higher in the black community. But go ahead.
So if this is the case, now I'm not here to try to stigmatize, berate, or to, issue invectives. All I'm saying is, if you're part of the problem, the solution to the problem is not to develop more policies, to lean in on policies that are regardful of the empirical data on the subject matter. Okay? And there are women who are part of these studies. It's not like it's just men doing this work.
Right.
Okay? It's not just men doing this work. There are women who are also doing this work, and they're in the field of social science, psychology, sociology. So, I mean, there are people who are doing this work, but most often their work never really actually filters down to the public.
Right.
This kind of data is often concealed and not promoted within the confines of popular media. All you get is what they've been saying for the past 30, 40 years, which is basically that there's something called violence against women. Now, prior to the Violence of Women Act, or Against Women Act, which was basically authored and promoted and pushed by Joe Biden, there was the Family Violence Act or something like that. But the political thrust was made by feminists in the academy and activists in order to change it from Family Violence Act to the Violence Against Women Act. Just ignoring, in other words, just ignoring the fact that women are also contributors towards this problem. Mm-hmm. And that's what I take issue with. I have umbrage with that because it's not honest. It's being intellectually dishonest. So let me stop sharing that and go back to what I was originally talking about.
And just as a quick aside, when you see non-reciprocal, they also use the term bidirectional. So you might find different papers that use slightly different terms, but they're referring generically to the same thing: mutual violence coming from one direction to the other in a relationship, from men to women, from women to men.
Okay, so let me go back to the Crenshaw article, okay? That's not the Crenshaw article. Go back to that article, though. Window. I don't even see the damn article. Like, wait, man.
I don't know. It didn't come to my Facebook either, so I'm not sure what's going on.
You didn't get it on Facebook?
Nah.
Bro, I sure sent you that, bro.
Don't worry about it. I'm just wondering did you lose? Oh, there it is. All right, cool.
Did you get it?
No. I'm just saying it's on the screen, so that's good enough. We can roll.
Okay. So what she goes on to further say is that at its most extreme, this rhetoric denies that gender violence is a problem in the community and characterizes any effort to politicize gender subordination as itself a community problem. This is the position taken by Shahrazad Ali in her controversial book, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. In this stridently anti-feminist tract, Ali draws a positive correlation between domestic violence and the liberation of African Americans. Which I think is hyperbolic. I think that statement is hyperbolic. But ultimately, she says, Ali blames the deteriorating conditions within the Black community on the insubordination of Black women and on the failure of Black men to control them. Ali goes so far as to advise Black men to physically chastise Black women when they are, quote unquote, disrespectful. While she cautions that Black men must use moderation in disciplining, look at the quotes now, their women, she argues that Black men must sometimes resort to physical force to reestablish the authority over Black women that racism has disrupted. What do you think about that, bro?
I think she waters it down, and a lot of people did this, especially in the 80s. Ali's book became synonymous with abuse of Black women, right? Somehow some kind of publicly sanctioned abuse against black women, and it even became a farce. I mean, you could watch In Living Color and these kind of shows, and they kind of made it into a joke. But even if you watch Ali to this day, and she's all over YouTube, and if you haven't seen it, I would definitely recommend the interview she did with Mediocre Reviews. What's the brother's name of his show? She did a beautiful interview with him, and shout out to that brother, because last we know he's going through some issues with cancer.
Yeah, so shout out to that brother, Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews.
Tutorials and Reviews, thank you. But they did a good interview together, and she's done a number of them over the last few years, but she's far more than that. But they water her down to that because that's a good way of dismissing the argument, just like they do with brothers like us. If there's anything that they can get on you, that's somehow supposed to be enough to dismiss the argument. And what Ali was actually saying was much deeper than that. She was arguing that, and she says this on a number of occasions, black men have been fully scrutinized in every capacity by society and by our women. She said black women, on the other hand, haven't. And there needs to be an adequate critique if we're going to talk about what needs to happen to sustain and rebuild the black family. And she was saying that back in the late 80s, where men are getting their channels shut down for saying it now. But she was saying it back then. But go ahead, man.
I mean, look, basically, she, as far as I'm concerned, when she makes this statement here, black men must use moderation in disciplining their women. I mean, that's basically saying we're not your women. We're not your possessions. I mean, we're independent actors on the world stage, right? And also implicit within the statement is the idea that violence against women is actually a phenomenon. There's no just violence taking place, bidirectionally or reciprocally. It's just black men enacting arbitrary and indiscriminate violence on pure, innocent, and for the most part, good-natured women. Like, you can't make it up. I mean, even though there's evidence of women behaving badly, and I'm not just talking about sexually badly. I'm talking about women slicing men's throats, stabbing them with knives, trying to run over them with cars, destroying property, pulling out guns. I'm not just trying to, stain black women. I'm just saying that there are some black women who do pathological things in the same vein as men. And if this is the case, the argument becomes weaker, because then the idea is it's not just men doing things that are bad. It's also women that are doing things that are bad. But that would prevent the allocation of resources and the attention that she's seeking for, though. So
yeah, and you hit the crux of it right there. Because if we look at what white feminists are doing, they're not doing this just to, out of some generic sense of justice, altruism. No, they're doing this for policy's sake. They're doing this to amass resources that work in their favor, right? This is their goal. This is material. This is not just some abstract notion of justice. I think in many respects, black feminists saw a window where they could advance black women's access to those very same material resources for the sake of developing some proximity to middle-class life for black women on par. And that's something that black men are not offered by any institution, right? So they saw an opportunity with white women, particularly in the late 60s. Once white women started to get their agendas put on, especially by Kennedy, Johnson, so on and so forth, once they saw that opportunity, that became another track, and they took it. And so Crenshaw is definitely along that ilk.
It's just like Jason Whitlock said on one of his shows recently. Black women put spit on their finger, put it up in the wind, saw where the direction was going after the civil rights movement, and haven't looked back since. I mean, it's difficult to contend with, but in many respects, it's reality. Okay? And what I've said is, and I'll say it one more time, in its retributive phase, or expression. Intersectionality is a theory that's an apology for the expansion of the carceral state under the frame that women are unjustly and arbitrarily subjected to male dominance via violence and rape. It basically demonstrates that, I think, rather poorly, that Black and immigrant women are overlooked and undersupported as they are subjected to male dominance, right? Whereas white women are not. So to reverberate or to repeat what you said, it's jockeying for resources.
Mhm.
And it's trying to get policymakers to, swing in their favor, okay?
While simultaneously accusing Black men of taking up too much air in the room in regard to our deaths and our incarcerations. That's some of the arguments we've been hearing in the last decade, right? Black men's deaths, Black men's arrests, Black men's incarceration rates, they take up too much room. Black men are privileged because too many people talk about their deaths. Yeah, we haven't seen any of that privilege translate into anything institutional, anything politically beneficial, anything that actually stems those deaths and incarcerations in the first place. We haven't seen any of that translate. So whatever power or privilege Black men are being accused of having on that basis doesn't seem to track into anything useful. And yet it's somehow what we have.
So to look at two of the footnotes that are directly underneath the primary text here, she says, footnote 38, Shahrazad Ali suggests that, and she's quoting from Ali's book, the Black woman certainly does not believe that her disrespect for the Black man is destructive, nor that her opposition to him has deteriorated the Black nation. Blaming the problems on the community, on the failure of the Black woman to accept her, quote unquote, real definition, Ali explains that no nation can rise when the natural order of the behavior of the male and the female have been altered against their wishes by force. No species can survive if the female of the genus disturbs the balance of her nature by acting other than herself. Man, now you can say what you want about what Ali said there, but even white women, I did a video recently, and it was, hosted by Bill Buckley, and there was several women there. There was Ariana Huffington, Betty Friedan was there, Camille Paglia was there, and the theme of the debate was, has the woman's movement been a terrible disaster? Something along those lines. And even like the women who were saying and arguing, or trying to make the case that the women's movement has been a disaster, and there were women on both sides, right? Even they admitted that in many respects, that women from the second movement of wave of feminism have masculine ambitions, like the careerism is a masculine enterprise. Basically eschewing family life, or having one's identity connected to supporting and uplifting a family. Like, that's become like the dirty words. That's oppression to a large portion of feminist thinkers and theorists. Like, the family in and of itself is an oppressive institution.
Right.
Okay.
Marriage is a prison. Right.
Betty Friedan put it in these terms. It's a comfortable concentration camp.
Right.
And she got excoriated in the public for that. Because, I mean, the Jews were like, oh no. How dare you liken your condition, you privileged white woman who went to an Ivy League all white female college, how dare you liken your own condition to that of the Jews in Nazi Germany who were put in gas chambers and had their bodies cremated? How dare you do that?
Right.
And so she, retracted, that statement. I think in further editions of the book, she removed that. And subsequently, I mean, even Betty Friedan says that radical feminists have gone too far. Like a lot of what they present is silly, and I can't speak for all feminists, but she says that at some point the reconnection between men and women has to take place.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this is what she says now. This Betty Friedan, the woman who is the founder of National Organization of Women, and then they basically turned coat on her.
But that happened in Black feminist circles as well. I mean, if you look at the generation of Black feminists from the 1980s, right? The Patricia Hill Collins, the Bell Hookses, they really didn't expect a lot of their daughters, and I'm not talking biological daughters necessarily, but they didn't expect their ideological daughters and granddaughters to go off on a tangent either. Because Bell Hooks has done books on love. She's done books on trying to reestablish connections between Black men and women. And I'm not a fan of Bell Hooks. I'm not. I have some serious problems with her work, especially her lack of data, especially when assessing, her opinions on Black men. But even she has called for some type of connection between Black men and women. And yet the daughters and granddaughters have gone even further. So now we're talking about twerking as empowerment. We're talking about everything from Lizzo walking around naked to statements about Black men being bullet bags in social media. They didn't really see it going as far. And some of those people had real problems with where contemporary radical Black feminism is. And so along the same lines, we're seeing the same kinds of issues.
Yeah, and so, look, so the first wave of feminism is the suffragette movement, okay? Just in case people don't know. That's what that movement was about. It was about women having political equality with men, okay? And the arguments, that are further made is that, all throughout history, you can look back, and examine the annals of time, and you'll see that women were always marginalized. And, my argument is, I mean, hell, most men were marginalized as well. It wasn't until, the middle or the early 19th century when all men in the United States had the right to vote. It wasn't as if, all men came into the country just with the ability to vote. You had to be a wealthy, land-owning, property-owning white man in order to be represented within the confines of government by means of the vote. So, this whole notion that, women were just kept out.
But we're also saying in Black male studies too, we have to constantly repeat to people, Black men are not white men. So yes, I hear your point. I agree with you. Men as a category aren't a category. I mean, as you said, even amongst white men, there was a period of time where poor white men couldn't vote if you didn't own land, so on and so forth. Black men, we couldn't vote till 1964 in terms of actually being able to submit a ballot. Not legally on the books, you're talking post-Civil War, but it took a damn near another 100 years before we could actually vote. So for feminists to treat men as a category and suggest that Black men and white men are the same, it's highly ahistorical and problematic.
And but then it went further. So the second wave of feminism was about social and economic equality. It was about women being able to go out into the workforce and to earn their own money and to be able to buy their own property and not have to be tethered to a man in order to operate around in the world. Okay, so that was one of the aims of second wave feminism. Okay, and now third wave feminism for the most part is intersectional feminism, right? And the only thing that's disturbing to me, about the popular manifestation of third wave feminism and the way it's articulated, like you mentioned earlier, all this conversation about bullet bags and, Black men are trash and all of this kind of stuff. I mean, this is the remnants of some of the most fringe elements of second wave feminists or second wave radical feminism. And it's being repackaged and put out there in the public sphere. And it's not like we don't know what it is. I mean, it's not like I don't know what it is. I know second wave radical feminism when I see it. I know it, at its core. You can put a hat on it. You can put it, it's like putting a lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It's just a pig with lipstick on, okay? So I know what it is. And because I've read this stuff and, I've taken graduate seminars on this stuff, right? And, me, I speak my mind, okay? Always have. Don't care if it's unpopular or not. But, some of the things I find problematic. And when I find it problematic, I speak on it, okay? But here's where I think even Ali goes wrong, okay? So let's look at footnote 39. And this is what Crenshaw says about Shahrazad Ali. She says, Ali advises the black man to hit the black woman in the mouth. And quote, because it is from that hole in that lower part of her face that all her rebellion culminates into words. Her unbridled tongue is the main reason she cannot get along with the black man. She often needs a reminder. Ali warns that if the black woman ignores the authority and superiority of the black man, there is a penalty. When she crosses this line and becomes viciously insulting, it is time for the black man to soundly slap her in the mouth. Now, this is Ali talking, right? So, and let me just say this, man. I don't think that, for saying some ignorant stuff that somebody should get slapped in the mouth, right? But I think that what Ali is alluding to is, this spirit, of misandry that exists within the confines of the black community. You can't argue that this does not exist. And the idea that I don't need you, Negro, you dusty, you crusty, I need to find me a white man, y'all are bullet bags. I mean, you know how the conversation goes, man.
Well, she's basically describing something that you're not allowed to talk about, and that's what I referred to earlier as psychological and emotional abuse, and a lot of that is extended verbally. That's what she's really putting on the table. Now, she's also a Muslim, so she's coming at this from a different vantage point than the traditional Christian household. So she's got a different narrative, and I think part of that is just the framework, the relationship between men and women as it's conceptualized in Islam in the United States in the 1980s. It's articulated differently, but what she's fundamentally responding to is the degree to which black women are not held responsible for emotional and psychological abuse. And it's still the case now. It's still the case now. When you hear about abuse discussed in public, we start the conversation from a physical standpoint. And most of the time, and when it comes to public media, we start it if a man hits a woman. We ignore it if a woman violates a man. We don't talk about bidirectionality. We don't talk about female-initiated abuse, not even in lesbian couples. We only talk about abuse as it pertains to a man putting hands on a woman. But we don't talk about the psychological and emotional abuse that may precede even that. None of that is discussed. And that's what she was trying to put on the table, not using that official language, but we're not even talking about it now, let alone 1989.
Well, my point is this. If we have sound and reliable evidence, and I think we do, that women can be just as violent, not just psychologically abusive, although they can be that as well, not just emotionally abusive, but literally physically violent. If it's the case that women are just as literally physically violent, how are you supposed to respond to it as a man? Mm-hmm. Walk away? I mean, there are instances where it's possible for you to walk away, but there's some instances where it's not. There's been videos, man, that you've posted where women are literally accosting men with guns.
Yes, sir.
With knives.
Yes, sir.
Trying to kill them with cars. Mm-hmm. So what do you do?
Well, I think this is what I think was so crucial about you framing feminism and womanhood in a Victorian era context. It was so important that we did that because it explains so much. The idea, or at least the assumption people have of what men are supposed to do when they're being abused, is they're supposed to take it. And the reason they're supposed to take it is because if you see this Victorian femininity as the defining factor of what womanhood is, she can't hurt you, right? That's the base assumption. She really can't hurt you, and you just need to take it. And if you say something about it, you're anything from a coward to somebody who's trying to deflect from real abuse, women being beaten by men, by bringing it up that women can abuse men. These are the kind of underlying subtext. This is why the news doesn't really carry certain stories over others, right? This is why you won't hear as much about, and I account for this a lot on my channel. You won't hear about female teachers sexually abusing young boys, but you'll hear about male teachers abusing young girls. You'll rarely see the word rape being used when it comes to a woman who's done something to a young man, but you'll definitely hear it the other way around. It's predicated on the same logic, right? That fundamentally women are incapable, females, women and girls are incapable of truly hurting men and boys. So don't bring it up. Don't talk about it. And if you do, there's something wrong with you.
And that's that BS right there, man. That's that stuff we don't condone. Like if we're gonna deal with reality, we got to deal with reality.
Mhm.
And I told the guys yesterday that a knife to your throat, man. It doesn't matter if a 90-pound woman who's 5 foot is wielding that weapon. If she hits you in the right place in your neck, you're dead.
Mhm. Mhm.
If a 150-pound woman accosts a 230-pound man with a 45 in her hand and pulls the trigger, that man could be killed. And it does happen.
But I run up against brothers that are that uphold the same logic. You know what I mean? That'll tell me that black men bringing up abuse is fundamentally weak and he's too strong and I can never have a woman. There's one brother I remember arguing with a couple of years ago about this on social media, and he read me up and down how no woman could ever hurt him. And the longer I let him talk, the more he got into how women in his past had actually abused him. But he had not been trained to see that as abuse. If you look at the films and even the literature you pointed out, as far as the academic literature, so you got scholars that don't even believe that men can be truly abused by women. But even in popular culture, the movies in the 70s and the 80s that came out that really started to teach the public what female victimization looked like, it was always some guy with a knife chasing a woman down an alley. So how do you make sense of that if you're a 13 or 12-year-old boy who's being violated by an 18-year-old girl, especially in the black community, or a 23-year-old or a 40-year-old? We don't, many of us weren't trained to interpret that as a violation, and yet it happened. This is why you have all these rappers that are coming out talking about how they lost their virginity at 9, 10 years old to an older woman, account after account after account, and people dismiss it.
Yeah, so my whole thing is, look, I'm not here to advocate violence against anybody, man. All I'm trying to do is just, disclose the truth about these matters. And look, if you're a human being and you're mortal, you're vulnerable. You're not a cobra. You don't have fangs. You don't have venom in those fangs. You're not a bull. You don't have horns. You're not a porcupine. You don't have spikes. You're a flesh and blood human being with soft skin. It can be penetrated by, sharp edges. You're a human being. Anybody can get hurt by anybody. And that's the issue, right? But the issue is often lost in translation, especially amongst feminists, because, they're just preoccupied with their own trauma. And they don't ever disclose that women can also create trauma, in particular for men. And I think men's kryptonite is, fantasizing about their own invulnerability and thinking masculinity, makes them impervious to harm. Like they're, supposed to be stoic in relation to any and every trauma that they experience. And to me, that's just, look, if you want to walk around like that, and take on every burden, fall on every sword, and expose yourself to every trauma, and to act as if it doesn't have an impact or an effect, well, you go ahead, bro.
Well, and also our self definition is tied to how well we protect and provide for not just family as an abstract, for women and girls. That's part of our self identity. Whether we're talking about sex, whether we're talking about provision, whether we're talking about protection, and if you're in a religious context, being a prophet teacher in the family or whatever, we pride ourselves on these things. We've been socialized to do it. Our self-image is tied into how well women can speak of what we do for them. But I also want to go back and quickly say something on something I was talking about earlier. The evidence of how society doesn't perceive women to be a threat to men. I would argue one of the greatest pieces of evidence is the extent to which women are not sentenced the same for the same crimes that men commit. When women commit the same crimes, they get 65% less sentencing for it. That is the ultimate evidence. So when you're talking about women who are shooting, killing men, poisoning men, whatever, or committing other kinds of crimes, we don't punish. As a matter of fact, we don't even have the prisons in place. This is one of the other reasons that women don't get sentenced, because we physically don't have the prisons built for women. And I'm not saying they should be, but we damn sure have them built for men. So we don't punish women for their crimes. We don't even build the facilities to hold them, but we hyper incarcerate men, most particularly black men.
And that's the issue that I have with all of this. And shout out to Black Uhuru, man. I don't know what the timer or the stream elements is doing to you. I just rinsed you up though, so you should have a rinse. So yeah, you should be a moderator now, so you should be able to bypass all of these timeouts. But at any rate, let me push further through this because I want to get to the end, not the end of the article, but the end of this section. Okay. Mm-hmm. So then she goes on because patriarchy has gotten a bad word. I mean, it's suffered from a hit. And ultimately, patriarchy has been perceived as like the nastiest. It's like racism, right? Patriarchy, smash, crush, kill, destroy the patriarchy. Okay. So anyway, the next sentence is Ali's premise is that patriarchy is beneficial for the black community and that it must be strengthened through coercive means if necessary. And then, the footnote for that is, in this regard, Ali's arguments bear much in common with those of neoconservatives who attribute many of the social ills plaguing Black America to the breakdown of the patriarchal family. And the question is, what's the alternative to patriarchy? Like, in this space, man, we've been arguing that we really don't have a patriarchy at all. What we have is a gynocracy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Who really actually directs the activities of the family in the black community? Is it black men?
Mm-hmm. No, it's a gynocracy.
Or is it Big Mama and them?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Who's really actually guiding the direction in which the family is heading?
Well, what's interesting to me, though, is I'm hearing people juxtaposing this critique of the gynocracy with an avoidance of dealing with white supremacy, right? This idea that the men in particular who are talking about something that we, by the way, never been able to talk about. We've not had the stage for it, nor have we had the critical analysis or the vocabulary to point it out. So it's only recently that we actually started to talk about how the black community actually functions. And when we start to talk about it, you hear this sect of men who say, or really not just men, but who try to say, well, calling out the gynocracy is an avoidance of dealing with white supremacy. It's actually the opposite. Pointing out the gynocracy is pointing out white supremacy, mainly because the gynocracy, as we understand it, only exists because of white supremacy. It's predicated on policy that has provided a certain modicum of access for black women and girls that black men and boys don't have. And that positionality that they've been giving is the degree to where they can actually invoke and use institutions to levy violence in proxy form against black males. And we don't have a language until very recently to call that out. So I had a young brother call me a few months ago who's been in disagreement with me for years. And he called me late one night. He's a former student of mine, but he's about my age. He called me late and he said, Doc, I got to apologize. You were right. I said, what are you talking about? He said, my best friend, he's an ex-con. He's on his feet. He's got his own business. He got out of jail 25 years ago. He's doing well. His girl just called the police and accused him of abuse. And I said, okay, well, why is that an issue? He said, because he didn't abuse her. She called the police because he came home late and she was angry at him. So in other words, she's using the police. She's using policies about abuse that primarily envision women in a position of being victimized and incarcerate Black men. She's using all of those institutions and those practices against him at whim because she's angry at him. She didn't do this because she was hurt. She did it because she could. And men have no protection, most particularly Black men. The accusation is synonymous with the judgment in the eyes of the public as far as Black men are concerned. And she knew it. And so that kind of dynamic is what we're talking about here. The ability to levy institutions in society against Black men at whim. We are talking when we're talking about the gynocracy, we are talking about white supremacy. And that is precisely what Black men are coming to grips with. How do you build a community if women have been incentivized to work against you for her own advancement? And there's no check and balance to call her into question when she does. This is what Shahrazad Ali was trying to develop a language for in the 1980s with no support, very little.
I mean, it was entertaining to white culture to see it.
Yes.
I mean, that's why she got appearances on Donahue, other, talk show outlets, and, was lambasted by, Black males and Black women. Mm-hmm. Nobody, and I consider this to be due to pre-Oedipal psychological development within Black culture. That's just how I see this. I mean, I read the Robert Stables argument for my viewers and subscribers and for the public, and ultimately, he wanted to defend Black women to some degree. And look, I want to defend them too to some degree, but at the end of the day, like, we already know the institutional situation that exists within slavery. And I mean, he points it out that, most often Black women were made the head of the household by default because, first of all, even if you were married to a Black woman slave, you could be sold off at any moment. Mm-hmm. And most often than not, the Black woman was the liaison to the white world. She was the Hermes of Black society. She could go back and forth in between both worlds. She was given access to the master's house, whereas typically the Black male was not, unless he was castrated or made into a eunuch. Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I
was just going to say, we had a different relationship to the power structure. If you look at white supremacy as a family on a plantation, in terms of the white family, we had a different relationship, most particularly with white men, right? Than Black women did. Fundamentally different relationship. If anything, the only kind of sexual dynamic, because that's something you could obviously see between white men and Black women. She could enjoy certain benefits as long as she provided that role. Men didn't have that. We were violated by white men sexually. That has occurred. But our relationship sexually to the white family has been through white women. And white women often, right, demanded sexual service at threat of proxy lynching, right? She demanded sex. She demanded sexual favor from Black men at the threat of Black men being killed at her word, her false accusation, right? That's our relationship to the white family dynamic. It's antagonistic on both terms. There's no benefit from white women or white men as far as that's concerned. That's a different dynamic than Black women, conceptually speaking. And it's developed a different set of outlooks, of worldviews as far as how we relate to white society. As you said, she is the liaison. But the reason she's the liaison is because of that dynamic with white men. She's more acceptable. They're willing to dialogue with her. They're more willing to educate her, to give her low-level white-collar positions. This comes out of a relationship that goes back through slavery that is fundamentally different than black men's relationship to white society.
And ultimately, man, let's just tell the truth about it, man. You ain't gonna like it, but black women were the white man's concubine. Like there's a reason why we look different than the rest of the African populations throughout the world. Because, white men had arbitrary sex with black women. This is just the truth, man. Okay? It just is what it is. And we could lie about it. We could, make up stories about it. And, but it is what it is. And, being outnumbered in this landmass 7-1, and not having any weapons, not even being able to have a common language by which to communicate with each other until they gave us one, not having an ethos or ethical code or cultural, framework to operate under, which they basically did everything they could to prevent from, being able to be sustained. Because, when, the slaves first got here, they split us up. Like if we were from a common tribe, they'd break us up so that we couldn't have that, continuation of, cultural memory. So they just basically wiped that out. They deracinated us. Okay. And that was done on purpose. And, but the larger point we're trying to make here is that men never have really had any patriarchal power over black women. And black women are well aware of this fact. They have to be. You can't tell me that they don't understand this. And that, as far as I'm concerned, and I said this before, okay? To me, in my viewpoint, this is an academic theory that's an apology for the expansion of the carceral state under the frame that women in general are unjustly and arbitrarily subjected to male dominance via violence and rape. But in particular, it outlines the way that black and immigrant women are overlooked and undersupported as they are subjected to domestic violence and rape, whereas white women are not. Okay? So it's like the Me Too movement before the Me Too movement. And again, the social scientific research just bears out the facts that women are also violent. They also engage in sexual coercion and sexual assault and misconduct. They're not above reproach. But, listen, you gotta read further though. Okay, so deeper off into this footnote, she says that Ali's argument shares remarkable similarities to the controversial Moynihan report on the black family, so-called because its principal author was now Senator Daniel P. Moynihan in the infamous chapter entitled The Tangle of Pathology. Moynihan argued that the Negro community has been forced into a matriarchal structure, which, because it is so out of line with the rest of American society, seriously retards the progress of the group as a whole and imposes a crushing burden on the Negro male, and in consequence, on a great many Negro women as well. Now, in feminist circles, man, white women were the first ones to attack the Moynihan report because, what they wanted was to break up the family anyway. They're anti-family because they perceive the family as an institution which is innately oppressive to women. Okay? So, but she's, echoing the sentiments of, white feminists here, and following in line with, the idea that what's wrong? Basically, as far as I'm concerned, implicitly what she's saying is what's wrong with matriarchy? What's wrong with the matriarchal family? Well, there's a lot wrong with it. Because the first thing is, put it this way, if men are not the head of the family, who is? Women are by default. If men are not in control of the family, women are in control of the family by default. But that's okay though, right? For women to have arbitrary state-sanctioned power over the lives of children, and arguably men as well, because, I mean, for the most part, a woman can basically say, look, I want to have this baby. He got to provide financial security for me. I don't want him around, but I want his money. I don't want him to be able to have an impact over the direction of the child's life. I want to be able to do that, but he can chip in with some dollars. He can kick down some dust.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, like, what? I'm pretty sure, like, Shahrazad Ali can see this and was saying, like, look, we already know the single parent families, man. Yeah, you got some kids that are successful, but like, if parents don't raise children in conjunction, there's a lot of pathology that results and ensues from that, especially over the development of the children and their psyches and their performance in all other areas of life. But we can't get it together. I mean, it's almost as if the family by default is a single mom.
Mm-hmm.
And they prefer it that way. I mean, you know, black men in this space have been arguing. A lot of these women seem to prefer it that way.
But we also going to ignore the incarceration rates, crime rates, the low academic performance rates. We're going to ignore all of those rates and many more, by the way, in relation to two-parent households versus single-parent household. We're going to ignore all of that, right? To preserve, or the image of women, to avoid upsetting anybody as it pertains to gender, and leave it in the status quo the way it is. But I wanted you to go ahead and finish the section you were talking about. Well, go ahead.
So anyway, a storm of controversy developed over the book, the Moynihan Report, although few commentators challenged the patriarchy embedded in the analysis. But I mean, the whole point is, again, as I said, if you take the man out of the picture, who runs it by default? Mm-hmm. They have no problem with a female patriarchy, mm-hmm. which in essence is what we complain is the gynocracy. And this is what, like, you know, brothers like Mr. Palmer talk about. It's like, fuck child support. Like, you mean I got to pay for a kid that I have no connection to? Because the woman doesn't want me to have a connection to the kid. She wants to use the state in order to drive a wedge through between me and the kid because, damn it, she's mad. And then, you know, the first thing they say is, well, women don't do that. Man, come on. Mm-hmm. Let's just stop playing games. Like, can we be honest about this? If you have the power and the control to say, I don't want you around now. It's hot girl summer. I'm going to do whatever it is I want to do. I'm going to pop another baby, perhaps maybe next year from another dude, and I'm going to still get paid. And if I don't want to have a kid, I can abort it. I can terminate the life of the kid in the womb. And if it's the case that I don't want to be a mommy after the kids are born, I can give them up for adoption and never have any tether to the kid financially. Mm-hmm. But you can't do it. You can't get a financial abortion from the kid. You can't say, I don't want to have to deal with that. Mm-hmm. That's not something I agreed to get into. You can't take that responsibility. You can't shuck that responsibility.
Yeah, I think that. Go ahead.
But I mean, so you got there's a lot of things that men are complaining about. But the question is, you know, like, how do we respond to it on a policy level? First of all, men, you know, they just accept this. Like, most men are just like, I'm good with that. Yeah, you know, I'm responsible. You know, I'm the daddy. Like, men have been conditioned to accept that they aren't in control of the direction of their children's lives at all. They've been forced to accept this. This is like, you're irresponsible. She ain't with you because you didn't do right by her, or, you know, you're not with her any longer because, you know, you were abusive or some other such, you know, excuse, a deflection. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I said before, man, women are human beings. They have the capacity to exhibit a wide range of pathological behaviors just like men can. And given the opportunity to have absolute power over the control of the direction of children's lives, why not take it? Why not use it as a power play? Why not? And to argue that women aren't doing this because, well, they're sugar and spice and everything nice and, they're really neat people. This is just some ridiculous shit, man. I'm just being honest, man.
I think that was the importance of one of BGS's last videos on the welfare cliff. He talked about it and showed the chart out of Pennsylvania. And a section of the chart reads, a single mom is better off earning a gross income of $29,000 with $57,327 in net income and benefits than to earn a gross income of $69,000, right? $69,000, $40,000 more, right? With net income benefits of $57,045. In other words, it's easier for her to stay at that $29,000 level and leverage resources coming from a variety of institutions than it is for her to actually go out and earn $69,000. It's so she's incentivized to be there. Now that doesn't count child support. It doesn't count alimony. It doesn't count a number of different resources that then also become available to her that are overwhelmingly more available than it is for a man, particularly going through a divorce and losing children. So by and large, the way this is set up, right, and this is what I keep going back to policy for. If you guys check the Black Male Political Agenda, you can just Google that. It'll take you to my blog where we here online have developed that agenda. And the reason we did so is because all of these issues we're talking about have been incentivized over generations via policy. And they can't change and won't change unless you change the policies that create the environment that produce this. But if you don't, every change we make is going to be surface level, and it's going to take things right back to where they were, right? And that's the fundamental problem. These issues we're talking about with Black women, the capacity, the entitlement, the behavior, the worldview, the attitude, and the treatment of Black men, all of it has been shaped by policy, right? And so it doesn't matter how masculine you are. It doesn't matter how smoothly you can convince a woman to do stuff. If we're talking on a macro level, these things do not change without policy. Now, if you want to leave for another country, that's a whole different conversation. But for the most part, most Black people are too poor to do it. So it's not going to happen on a mass level. So if we're talking about the Black community here in the United States, this doesn't change without policy. And that needs to be highlighted.
Yeah, so Moynihan was trying to change the policy to try to give some sort of subsidization to Black men in order to rectify some of the issues relating to the Black family. Right. That's what he was attempting to make a case for. And for the most part, it was considered to be patriarchal. God forbid you have to actually contend with a man. You have to actually see this whole issue is like to me, what this is fuck you, pay me. That's what this is what this is to me.
Right.
Fuck you, pay me.
Right.
And to me, that's just a crass way to go about living your life.
We also got to acknowledge that the reason that the Moynihan report was dismissed, especially via Black feminists and in Black studies circles, was that because he was white and because his suggestions about the family were considered, not elitist per se, but white supremacist in origin, the whole thing got dismissed. But some of the more subtle points that you're bringing up got pushed out as well. So the baby with the bathwater all got thrown out. And in Black America, amongst the intelligentsia, if you bring up Moynihan, you are immediately dismissed. But when you talk about the underdevelopment of Black men in relation to what Moynihan was trying to say, people just glaze at you and ignore you and change the subject. So,
but the funny thing about all of this to me is, much of the content of the Moynihan report came from E. Franklin Fraser's book, The Negro Family in the United States. Mm-hmm. Much of, the argumentation that he makes within the context of this text was developed by a black man.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you know, like there've been like social and political economists who are blacks and who are black and conservative who've also offered critiques about this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but my thing is, you know, and I've already said this before, like the end of the patriarchal family in the Western world was ushered in 1839, if my memory serves me correctly, with the Custody of Infants Act. And this happened in Britain. So we're talking about the early 19th century, right? Where there was some white woman, I can't remember what her name was, but the white woman, for the most part, cried and did the fainting couch routine and said she was abused. I mean, this is what she did. I mean, ultimately what she did was she said she was abused and that her kids had been taken away from her. And so she basically used emotivism to sway the court. And they basically said, okay, well, from 1 to 7, women get the kids now. Because up to that point, like if a woman divorced a man, the kids automatically went with the man, not with the woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is Western culture. So that was the end of patriarchy right there. And now, you know, there's conversations about the best interest of the child. And, you know, after the Custody of Infants Act, there was another act. I can't remember exactly what the name of it was, but I can't recall exactly what it was, man. The tender years doctrine, that's what it was. The tender years doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
So then at that point, women could petition the court to have access to control or stewardship of the children until they reached 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, you know, the kids were emancipated. I mean, you know, they were adults at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So you take the Custody of Infants Act, you take the tender years doctrine, and then you take the best interest of the child doctrine. All of this has been gynocentric.
And then by the time you get to the mid 1970s and you link that to no fault divorce, now the floodgates are open for women to arbitrarily divorce men and be able to secure resources on the basis of policies that you're pointing out go back to the early 19th century. So this becomes a one-way dynamic, you know, where institutions can yet again leverage proxy violence. We can talk about economic violence, familial violence. They can levy proxy violence against men arbitrarily. And this is one of the reasons that men, black men in particular, start to pull away from marriage as early as 1965. Because if she can arbitrarily do this, you know what I mean? What protections do men actually have? Very few. And even to this day, very few. I don't care if you're wealthy. It's actually worse if you're poor. I always hear people say, well, you know, you guys are talking about, you know, rich men who are getting divorced. This is ridiculous. You guys are stupid, blah, blah, blah. No. If you're a millionaire and you have to lose half of that, it's frustrating. If you only make 15,000 a year, 25,000 a year, 30,000 a year, and you got to give up half, right? That's a whole different dynamic. But nobody wants to talk about that.
Here's the rub. Everybody knows this, man. You know, we got a saying in the black community, man. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You know what I'm saying? So it's how are you supposed to react if you don't have any institutional power which tethers you to your own children? The only thing that tethers you is your bill. You got a note to pay. That's the only thing that tethers you spiritually to your children. If the woman, you know, doesn't allow it. Like she arbitrarily can, you know, create a rift between you and your child. Mm-hmm. That's problematic, man, on a moral level. Not just a political level, but on a moral level, an ethical level. I find that to be problematic. And, you know, this has been the test of ages, man. Like, how do you get two people to pair bond with one another? Is it natural? Is it unnatural? Is it good for society? Is it bad for society? Is it good for women? Is it bad for women? Is it good for men? Is it bad for men? These are questions that are still up on the table. But we do know that we're altering the institutional structures of society itself. Like, I mean, we're tinkering around with institutions that have been tried and true for millennia that extend, and not just the mononuclear family, because some people argue, well, the mononuclear family is a new, a new phenomenon. Look, I don't think it is. I mean, if you look back even to Egyptian culture, you'll see that for the most part, people lived in mononuclear units. They didn't live with like extended cousins and cousins and cousins and aunties and uncles and all this under one hut. No, the man and woman had a little baby. They made 3, and 3 is the magic number. Mm. Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Mm-hmm. Mary, Joseph, and Jesus. I mean, yeah. Even though Joseph wasn't the daddy, but that's a whole nother story. Mm-hmm. But you get what I'm saying. So the point is, we're talking about an institution which has existed perennially, that's being called under question, and for the sake of what? And it works to whose advantage? Does it work to the children's advantage? Does it work to the woman's advantage? Does it work to the male's advantage? Like this is all a mess. But anyway, man, like I just want to get through a couple more pages and then I'm gonna close it out, okay? Because we're probably extending further than what we had intended to begin with. Mm-hmm. And I got my brother Marcus here. I'm gonna let him up because I fucks with Mark. All right. So at any rate, going back to the main text and out of the footnotes, right? I just want to make sure that there's some continuity in. Anyway, she says Ali's premise is that the patriarchy is beneficial for the black community and that it must be strengthened through coercive means if necessary. Yet, the violence that accompanied this will to control is devastating, not only for black women who are victimized, but also for the entire black community. The recourse to violence, and look, to me, this is punching low. Like, first of all, like Shahrazad Ali is a person of the laity. She's a member of the general public. She's not an academic expert. She's not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? She's not a professor. So, I mean, to basically, to contextualize everything that was said in the context of this text and to boil it down to abuse, to me, it's just disingenuous. I think so. Mm-hmm. But that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And then I think that what Shahrazad Ali went wrong at is that she didn't really tell the whole truth. Because if we know the real truth, man, like hot grits being poured on Al Green, Martin Luther King Jr. getting stabbed, like a whole host of bad, just violent behavior on the part of black women. Like, that's not even discussed at all. All she does is talk about the mouth. Mm-hmm. And even though the psychological and emotional abuse does exist in that light or in that vein, the physical violence is also present. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's something that people have a difficult problem talking about. Very difficult time having a discussion about. And then even if they do discuss it, it's like the brother you talked about earlier, it really doesn't hurt me or affect me. It really doesn't impact me. It won't impact you until you get run over by a car and get killed.
Mm-hmm. And then the question asked is, what did he do to upset her?
Man.
I'm serious. I posted videos of men getting run over by cars, and the first question asked would be, I wonder what he did to upset her.
He must have cheated.
And somehow cheating becomes, killing somebody becomes a justifiable response to infidelity. Only for men, though, right? Because if you try to paint a scenario of a man killing a woman because he caught her cheating, then it's abuse. But if a man is cheating and gets killed, well, he shouldn't have upset her. He shouldn't have cheated on her. And you'd be surprised how many people hold those positions. I performed informal surveys in my classes about this, and women most particularly have no real issue with men who are killed in response to that. And what they'll point to was that she was emotionally jarred. She was hurt.
Mhm.
It was too extreme. It's not necessarily justifying for killing, but we kind of understand. That's the kind of tone that people take when it comes to men being killed over infidelity. But if she is cheating, the idea is, well, he probably wasn't taking care of her well enough.
Mhm.
He needed to do a better job being a better man. She wouldn't have cheated if he'd actually treated her right. You'd be amazed at the kind of intellectual gymnastics that go on.
I wouldn't.
I know you wouldn't, man.
I wouldn't be amazed.
Well, it's ridiculous, man. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
But look, check this out now. The recourse to violence to resolve conflicts establishes a dangerous pattern for children raised in such environments and contributes to many other pressing problems. So she mentions the impact that it has on kids when they witness violence from male to female. But I guess that impact is not the same when mama's whipping the baby's ass or if she's putting her hands on the daddy.
We already know the data, according, thanks to you, on women abusing men. And there are periods, if you check Tommy Curry's The Man Not, definitely periods of time, like in the late 80s, where women in the black community, according to the data, abuse men more than men abuse women. But then on the other side of the spectrum, if we're going to bring in children into this dynamic, who abuses and kills children more? Black men or black women?
I've spoken on that several times, actually. Yeah, black women definitely, because they're mostly the custodial parents.
Exactly. Which is why that holds fairly consistent across race when it comes to violence against children. It's usually from women because they are the custodians.
They're also the biggest human traffickers.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. But again, you can't talk about that. People don't take you seriously. You're making it up. Okay, all right. But this is where we're at.
Man, this is a masterful form of hegemony. It's like being able to to have the public conform to what your ideas of reality are related to who's positive, who's negative. Like this is, man, that's crazy, man. So Black Uhuru says, I was grown when the Al Green Grits incident happened. What I remember most about the incident was how black people laughed about and blamed Al for it.
Yep, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Now imagine a man pouring some hot ass grits on a woman.
It would not only be negative, it would be a reflection on all black men.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you get a fraction of 1% of men that commit these kind of acts, especially to the point of death, right, of killing someone, somehow become representative of all black men. But if a white woman, if a black woman does it, he upset her. He shouldn't have upset her. Even when you don't know what he did, even if it's not part of the story that he did anything, people will fabricate something he did to make it make sense.
Yeah. That I've seen, man. Mm-hmm. I had to challenge.
Now check this shit out, though. Check this out. Check this next sentence out. It has been estimated that nearly 40% of all homeless women and children have fled violence in the home.
Mm-hmm.
And an estimated 63% of young men, 63% of young men between the ages of 11 and 20 who are in prison for homicide have killed their mother's batterers.
The primary issue with that is we only see male aggressors as batterers. We don't see women who abuse men as batterers. That's the same thing as saying only men can rape women. Therefore, when 99% of rapists are male, that's supposed to be a testament to manhood. No, you defined rape as something only men can do to women. Same with battering. If battering is something only men can do to women, you can come up with all kinds of numbers about how many men are batterers, because we don't associate femininity with battering.
Well, also saying that 99% of men are rapists doesn't mean, pardon me, 99% of rapists are men is not the same as saying 99% of men are rapists. And I think that people get stats confused and they get the wording confused. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because something could be all men, but is not representative of the larger male population, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do. But the problem is too, it's never
Mhm.
been rapists have never been all men. That's just been the legal phrasing.
Yeah.
That's the legal phrasing. So when we start to talk about female rape, most people take it as a joke. Even to this day, even black men will take it as a joke. Men themselves
Yeah.
will take it as a joke. They don't believe it happens
Mhm.
because we've not been trained to see that as, rape or victimization.
Anyway, she goes on to say efforts such as Ali's to justify violence against women in the name of black liberation are indeed extreme. The more common problem, and I'm moving past the footnotes here, is that the political or cultural interests of the community are interpreted in a way that precludes full public recognition of the problem of domestic violence. While it would be misleading to suggest that white Americans have come to terms with the degree of violence in their own homes, it is nonetheless the case that race adds yet another dimension to why the problem of domestic violence is suppressed within non-white communities. People of color often must weigh their interest in avoiding issues that might reinforce distorted public perceptions against the need to acknowledge and address intra-community problems. Yet the cost of suppression is seldom recognized, in part because the failure to discuss the issue shapes perceptions of how serious the problem is in the first place. Now, before you say something, the controversy over Alice Walker's novel, The Color Purple, can be understood as an intra-community debate about the political cost of exposing gender violence within the black community. Now, notice though, again, the underlying assumption here is that women are indiscriminately and haphazardly and arbitrarily subjected to male dominance via violence and rape. There's no discussion of any contributions of women to the pathology related to their own violence. None of this. It's just following in vain of the general thrust that, typically is just, all of this is just men. Women do no wrong.
Which
Okay?
is why I agree with the last sentence in the previous paragraph about suppression. She's absolutely right. Suppression is a fundamental issue, but she's actually suppressing the data on black men to make her point.
And that's the issue. This is why I can't fuck with her. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
This is why I got to burn her to flame. This is why I can't rock with her. You feel me? I'm just keeping it 100. Like if you really want to solve this issue, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier. And it's not me who really actually came up with these points, but it actually was Murray Strauss, who basically, this is a man that's been doing work in domestic violence, or had been. He's deceased now, but he had been doing work on DV for 40 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, he said he was guilty of some of the same tactics that are being utilized to not bring to light the magnitude at which women are also being violent in the context of intimate partner relationships. So basically, even Erin Pizzey, the first person who started the DV shelter movement, or the battered women shelter movement, she acknowledged like over 2/3 of the women who were running from these men were just as violent as the men they were running from.
Mm-hmm.
And she basically said this is a cultural thing. This is a family problem that has connection to early childhood. And the way we resolve the issue is we educate families. We don't just split them apart. But then you get like Ellen Pence, who comes up with the Duluth model of DV, which she just pulls out of her ass, related to patriarchy theory, which is based on standpoint epistemology, which is, of course, what women just know more because, they're situated in a different way and they have, access to greater understanding about these matters than do men. Like, but you can't make it up, bro. And look, I'm not knocking standpoint epistemology all the way, because I do believe that, you know, your standpoint can be unique, predicated upon your own situation or your own, you know, situationality, I think is the right word to use. But you ain't the only person with a situation. You're not the only set of people with experiences. This is the issue. These people have monopolized empathy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is tragic, man. How do you hijack empathy? How do you monopolize empathy? And this is why I say, at one point, I think that black folks had hope, and they used the civil rights movement as a means by which to be a platform or a springboard to move into a different phase of autonomy and self-determination. But right now, what we're stuck in is the politics of recognition along identity lines and the overuse of slave morality. Because what slave morality does, and I'm talking about Friedrich Nietzsche right now as a philosopher. What all this does is it says, okay, we're the penultimate group. We're the penultimate. And unless people take care of us and our needs, nobody else will be free. If we're not free, no one else can be free. Because unless we're free, all of the systems of oppression and domination and violence and everything bad that happens to people will not be eliminated. So if you eliminate ours, everybody else's will be eliminated by default. This to me is just ridiculous. But this is the common contemporary musing that goes on in the confines of the academy, bro. This is what it is. You know, like, okay, if we're free, everyone else will be free, because by us being free, we will have eliminated all the systems of oppression possible. I mean, like, this is, you can't make it up. You couldn't make this up. But, you know, people have begun to challenge it. But of course, the challenging comes at a cost. But again, like talking about suppression, okay? They hide evidence. They avoid confronting the evidence. They suppress the evidence. They do selective citations of the evidence. They ignore or avoid crimes against men and boys by women. They don't publish. Sometimes they give false publications based upon like articles that were written. Like even Murray Strauss is like, hold on, wait a minute. The study that you referenced in order to make that point makes the exact opposite of the point that you're trying to claim. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? But they don't expect people to go look through these footnotes.
Exactly.
And to examine these articles. They don't expect for that to occur. But anyway, if they don't like something, they try to stop the publications themselves, and they try to deny funding. And if that doesn't work, they go to terroristic threats themselves. Like, okay, we're going to bomb your house. I mean, like Erin Pizzy, you know, they killed her dog and told her they was going to blow her house up. And she kept on saying what she was saying. I mean, this is crazy, bro. And, you know, like, but that's why, you know, like the last time you were on the show, Dr. Johnson, I basically read that Harper's column about how the left is becoming intolerant. Because if you don't agree with what they say, then you're part of the bourgeoisie. You're part of the evil, right? If you don't subscribe to what they say about patriarchy, then you're part of the problem. And at some point, man, like I'm just waiting for the moment where, you know, men finally wake up to smell the coffee and begin to stand up for themselves and say, this is a fucked up system. This is not like a just, a fair, and an equitable system. This fucked up, actually.
It can't be us. It can't be us. It can't be us that, my bad. It can't be us that says it. It's just like the same way that, you know, you ended the civil rights movement. It has to be a group of people within the oppressor group that speaks out against it. So it's like even with this movement that's happening with Dave Chappelle, you got a lot of people who would normally side with those people speaking in defense of Dave Chappelle. It can't come from the oppressed group. It has to come from the group that's oppressing. So there has to be, Black women speaking out against other Black women for this for change to affect. Because as long as it's us talking, we just going to sound like a bunch of misogynists, a bunch of complaining, whining, cry baby misogynists. That's the way it's going to be framed. I'm telling you.
man. Well, hey, look, count me in the misogynist column then, and label me a crybaby, because I'm gonna keep talking.
No, I understood, and so as will I, and as will Doc Johnson. The thing is, the greater society whose opinions do matter, in order for the change to happen, you got to get that consensus. It's like, remember when BLM, when you first heard of Black Lives Matter, and I ain't talking about the organization, I'm talking about the movement. When you first heard of Black Lives Matter, they demonized it. And it was funny that in not long, it did a full 180, I should say. It did a full 180. They now we got streets with Black Lives Matter painted on them and stuff like that. And the whole opinion of Black Lives Matter as a movement changed. Before, they was comparing it to the KKK and all of that stuff, right? But that's because, again, you had white folks, and that was with the George Floyd thing. It got so crazy. It's like, oh wow, he really nailed on this dude's neck for that long, and the sympathy of that changed the game. Whereas with these women, all this winter is coming and this and that and the other. Now you're seeing a crop of women on YouTube and other places now speaking against this type of stuff. We need that. They have to do it. It's like white folks have to speak against racism, and Black women have to speak against this nonsense we're talking about. It can't be us. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it. Look, I've said this before, but at the end of the day, this is what I think is going to end up happening, bro. It's a dismal, apocalyptic, and an eschatological, forecast, bro. This first of all, people who are in power, even if they have social or moral power, they will not stop because they don't know how to stop themselves. It's like, I was going to use, some archaic language or whatever the case may be, but it's like a dope fiend in a crack house. He ain't going to stop smoking crack. Not going to give up his power, his addiction, but these women are not going to give up their ability to have arbitrary control over the lives of children and to make men pay and then to be able to do what they want to do. That's not, some women will say it. Some women will speak up. But the vast majority won't. So what I'm telling you is, I'm telling you what men will tolerate for so long. But when men really actually, a light switch flicks in men's minds, then women will become repressed again. I really don't want to see that happen.
Has to. I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it 100. Like if you continue to fuck with people to the point where there is no logical response, there is no communicative response, then what people will do is they'll go ape shit.
No, I understand.
I'm just being honest. Like I'm letting people know. Like this is how like massacres and shit get started.
You have to withdraw. And men have to, the men who have these issues have to, unilaterally withdraw whatever they contribute. That's the only way. You can't if you do anything violent or anything like that, it's going to look bad, right? And that's going to also make the women that's on your side react negatively to you. So the women, if they get violent with amongst themselves, that's cool as long as you don't do it, right? It's just like when someone gets shot by the police, the first thing people want to do is, oh, let's go shoot the police. That's not going to work. You understand? At the end of the day, the world still looks at women as the fairer, weaker sex, including the women that are on our team, right? So you kind of gotta it's like bringing your cousin or your auntie or somebody to beat up the girl you got issues with, as opposed to you doing it. You got to let them do it. It's just like I was on Clubhouse telling these young kids, they all activists, pro-black, whatever. I said, sit back and let the white people fight your battle amongst themselves. All these, justice warriors that want to fight on the behalf of black people, as opposed to us fighting black people. These people, let them fight your fight. You go, oh, we don't trust them, this and that. I didn't say you had to trust them. I said, let them fight your fight, because what they can do to other white people, you can't.
Yeah, you got to be strategic.
But,
Yeah,
what I'm telling you is, see, here's my issue, bro. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
People, look, the history of humanity is chock full of violent encounters.
Mm-hmm.
The destruction of civilizations and the replacement of them with others that take new manifestations. I mean, that appear differently. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is nothing lasts forever, bro. Not even shaming and guilting. Not even the whole idea of the fairer sex. And by the way, the whole fairer sex notion, I want to make the case, that's a Victorian notion.
Yeah.
You only start to think about women as the fairer sex during the Victorian era of England.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to this time, women were perceived as witches, Jezebels, the weaker sex. I mean, if all you got to do is look at history. What I don't want to see actually is the reversion back to the moment where, like Aristotle said, like women are deformed males. Like I really don't want to see that happen. But if anything that gets pushed too much, anytime you do something too much and there's no balance in it, you're going to get a reaction to the imbalance.
That's what's happening to LGBT right now.
But it's not. But I'm talking about like eschatological shit. Like right now, like the Western world has known peace for a long time, especially in the United States. There hasn't been a major consternation in quite a long time. But bet you by golly, at some point, some guys are going to get upset, man. And like when guys get upset, man, they go Boko Haram, man.
Well, and this is one of the reasons that we have to put ideas on the table for how to express that. So Marcus was just talking about, allowing certain demographics to work in your interests and I'm paraphrasing, but I think I'm right in terms of what he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
as a strategy. So you strategize how you can use other people's, capacities for your benefit. The other point to consider is what Black Uru has been saying for a while now. Black men need to become more litigious, even within the community, even in terms of our relationships with our women. If we're going to continue to use the word "our," but at the end of the day, using the courts more different, in a different capacity, which highlights the benefit of having Dennis in the space, so we can better understand how the courts function and how they may be used in the same strategic vein as what Marcus was talking about. But at the end of the day, our responses have to be strategic. Otherwise, if it just becomes an explosion, especially a physical one, you lose the moral argument in the eyes of the public and become, the villain that much again.
Yeah, me and Black Uru had that conversation on my live, but it was short because it was towards the end of the live stream, and I'm gonna have him, because I want to speak on that as a topic, and I'm gonna have him come back for us to speak on that, as far as taking Black women to court over these issues. and he already knows, and I'm gonna say it here. I'm not a how can I say it? I'm not someone who has faith in that much faith in that plan.
But I do. Let me. Okay, go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just to give a little bit of understanding. Black men are taking black women to court over other things like family and different things like that, and they're not getting that much traction in those spaces. Black Oru and BGS, we had that conversation, and they made legitimate claims. Like, black men have legitimate claims against black women. We have legitimate claims against the state and the federal government, and none of these things have been satisfied. And these things have been brought to court. You understand? So again, Black Oru, again, I definitely invite him back for us to discuss that in detail, because again, I'm not somebody who has faith in the system on behalf of black men. Because black women, and I'm gonna just say this and I'm gonna end it off. If we're gonna look at black women as part of white supremacy and the agents they are, why would the same system give us any sort of win over their own agents against their own plan? This was their plan.
Now the reason I'm jumping in is because I do actually have to go.
I got you. No, go ahead.
So that being said, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I will say this much.
No, that was it.
None of the options we're talking about, whether it's using white folks to strategically working or using none of them are answers holistically across the board. We're talking about micro strategies. You know what I mean? If you're talking about the courts, you might be able to use precedent, right, to make a case for something that most of us would assume we can't. Is that going to work for black men across the board? Probably not. But at the end of the day, we already know what happens when you don't do anything. What I'm saying is our role on social media, on YouTube, for example, is to lay out a series of options so that you don't have a brother just going ham on his girl. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, okay, instead of, she's been messing with you, she's been psychologically abusing you. Don't nobody want to hear that. If you haul off and respond to her, you end up in jail, and your story becomes a testament to how black men are. Okay, well, let's try. Here's 5 more options. None of them are going to work for black men across the board in every situation, but you may be able to choose out of this 5 one that works for you. And by developing, for lack of a better term, that what do you call it? What do you call it? That people who shoot bows and arrows use to hold the quiver. By putting that, more arrows in the quiver, more options on the table for how we can respond, at least there's something there. Because if you just leave it to a brother with no resources, who's in the midst of just being cussed the F out, it's just gonna be bad. I mean, you remember that scene from Tyler Perry's The Family That Prays, when the brother finally gets it in his head that Sanaa Lathan is cheating on him, and he backhands her over the counter. Black men we can't use that. It doesn't work. It's funny in a movie.
I agree.
We end up in jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
in that sense. Go ahead. What?
No, I was just saying that. No, I agree with you. That's definitely not the way. That's what that's pretty much what I was saying. That's not the way to go. You're not going to win that way. It's like taking up arms against white supremacy is not going to work either. Like neither one of us is going. Neither one of those plans are going to work in your favor, especially when we're already looked at, like you said, as the violent ones. You have to get a cat's paw. You have to, either let white folks or black women fight your battle for you. And there are women who are willing to do it. It'll get more ground than if you, like you said, Gigi, like if you, go ham on chicks. Like going ham on chicks is just more proof that you're the animal they said you were in the first place. And
but you discount. Let me just say this. I know what sound good in the context of polite society. I know, and I know the common, concepts about, you know, who will lose, who will win, you know, what's fair, what's unfair, how things will appear and how things seem. But I mean, when people don't have anything to lose, they don't care about reputation. They don't care what things look like. It's like the Haitians, man, during the Haitian Revolution. They didn't care what it looked like. They just went on a slaughter. Like
that's not what I mean.
But what I'm telling you is, what I'm saying is, if the conditions continue to persist the way that they are, eventually there will be a backlash, and there will be a political backlash, not polite, communicative backlash. Not, okay, well, we're going to let these women talk for us. So, you know, all the women who were previously femininity coaches, they're going to begin to speak up. Or, you know, a woman here or a woman there is finally going to disclose the truth. And then there's going to be some sort of mental revolution or paradigm shift, or white men are eventually going to, you know, understand the era of their decision making in the past. And so all of a sudden something anew is going to arise like a phoenix out of the ashes.
That's
bro.
not what you're suggesting.
All right,
But what I know you got to burn out, man. So thank you for coming through, Doc.
I appreciate you having me, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to Marcus. Y'all support Green Gorilla. Make sure you become members. You support the channel. Definitely put a like. If nothing else, share the video. Please do the same for Keep It 100. Go to his channel, support him, and make sure, Marcus, before you get off here tonight, you tell people when your next show is going to be. All right.
Oh, well, I'm gonna throw something up tonight after this is done.
What's up? All right, y'all.
For sure. Be peaceful, my brother. Thank you for stopping by.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no
Thank
doubt.
you. So look, man, what I don't want to do is get into a long-winded, you know, argument about what, you know, politics really adheres in or anything. You know, all I'm saying is, and I fear this, that like if you continue to push people's back up against the wall, the only thing they have left to do is to swing. And it might not look good. It might even be self-annihilating. It might be what the Black Panthers would refer to as revolutionary suicide. It might just be that. But what I'm saying is, anytime you suppress a group of people's voice, it doesn't matter if it's women, men, gay, straight, bi, trans, whatever, you suppress people long enough, they're going to resist against it. And they're not going to use, you know, polite society and conventional politics, you know, and you know, everything that takes place in polite society in order to do it. It's not going to happen, man.
So
you know,
check this out. Right now, what you're witnessing, right? And my point wasn't really based in how stuff looks. Now, mind you, we know, you know, Black women, when they do stuff, it ain't about looks. They really don't care about how shit looks. And I'm not saying that we should care about how shit looks either. Just understand that in our case, how shit looks with us always translates into a violent response and reaction. Like, for instance, right? And I'm responding to what you just said. You saying, you know, push people beyond the line. Like, I think at this point, society, comedians, entertainers, things of that nature have been pushed beyond the line in reference to, you know, LGBT and T gender situations, right? The reaction is not a violent one. It's a get the F out of here one. You understand what I'm saying? Like what LGBT is dealing with now is how can I say? I should say a lack of response to their usual you know, trying to make, you know, thoughts or opinions into physical violence or tie it to physical violence, right? Nobody's believing them right now. They done pushed it to the point, like you said, pushed it to the point where it's too far. And this is what I told someone yesterday. You got a guy that everybody loves, because everybody loves Dave, right? Dave is, you know, to the point where he can make jokes about any group of people, including those people whose names I won't mention here, but we know who people that those people
talking about the Jews, man. Come on, keep it 100.
Okay, you say
it. But I mean, you know, like, but I get the point, man. Look, I understand your argument well.
But let me just end it off. What I'm saying is there are ways to strike back without going that. I mean, of course, everybody's not going to respond the same, but what I'm saying is there are more strategic ways to do it. They're self-defeating themselves because again, once you strike at everything, like, this is a guy that speaks about everybody, and now, oh, we want him canceled. Nobody's going to cancel this guy. You're asking for too much. You're making it, you're trying to make it so that anything said about you is perceived as an attack, and they've overdone it to the point where now they're losing support. So it's going to get to a point where, for especially when you got April Mason pulling out and Rebecca Lynn Pope's pulling out, and Kendra G is still suffering dealing with these chicks online and stuff like that, it's going to become apparent to more and more and more people, with women dancing on tables in restaurants and stuff like that. Like, it's becoming a thing to where it's like, yo, like, these people, these chicks are a problem. And when they do cry out, it's not going to be taken seriously. Not only that, but more people will be emboldened to say, get the fuck out of here. We don't believe you. They're going to lose their position. They're going to lose their weaponized victimhood in a minute. That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen slowly to the point where the violent response won't even be necessary. You got women who are looking at these chicks like enough is enough. I'm telling you, I'm in conversations with these females, and I'm not saying it's limited to girls I know, because I understand that the amount of women that will defend this behavior, that group is bigger than the group of women that I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, they're gonna push it. They're gonna push it too far in the eyes of the public, right? You're seeing the Megan Thee Stallions, like homies just said, Javon Thompson. He says that's happening with Lizzo. Nobody sympathizes with Lizzo anymore, and I'm talking about big girls who looked up to her. A lot of big girls, heavy girls that looked up to Lizzo as the representative of the big girl club. She's been fired from her position. These women are going past. They're going too far. They're going past. It's just like LGBTQ. They're going past the point of being able to use victimhood as a weapon. I'm telling you, I'm watching it take place. To the point where now these women are getting attacked, like LGBTQ attacked the Daphne, right? You got these black women calling everybody a pick-me that don't agree with them. They attacked Derek Jackson's wife for wearing a bonnet, but they wear a bonnet everywhere else. Like, I don't know if you watched my last video. I had an Asian kid on my program telling me that he's not dating Asian women because they acting like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. So if he doesn't want to date Asian women that are acting like that, he definitely doesn't want to date black women, right? It's getting to the point where they're gonna push the shit too far. And
I mean, well, that's what I do think that's that's an issue. Look, I said it. I've been saying the same thing or saying as much myself. Like, they're painting themselves into a corner, and soon they'll have no allies. But at the same time, see, what you have to understand is, man, this shit is, like you said earlier, man, it's designed to put black men in a fucking bind. And this woman knows, so she's making counter arguments. This whole piece here, I want you to look at the words here as I go through these next two paragraphs, and then I'm gonna kind of close this off, and we can have a discussion about it. I'm gonna get rid of this as a part of the screen. But so what she says is, and look at this now. The controversy over Alice Walker's novel, The Color Purple, can be understood as an intra-community debate about the political cost of exposing gender violence within the black community. Now, first and foremost, let me say this. To me, that's erroneous to begin with, because the issue is not a debate about the political cost of exposing what men are doing. See, that's how she's, framing the issue. And she's doing so masterfully. I mean, she's a wordsmith, okay? So, but I can read in between the lines, because the violence in the black community is not gender based. That's the issue. That's the point.
Yeah,
so at the end of the day, you know, but listen to what she says now. Some critics have chastised Walker for portraying black men as violent brutes. And we are criticizing her for portraying black men as violent brutes. And I've admitted as much. There are some black men who are violent brutes. But here's the rub. There's some black women who are fucking violent brutes. They're savages. Some of these chicks. That's the rub. That's the issue. And until that's addressed, you know, I can wait for, you know, Kendra to say it. I can wait for, you know, other chicks, you know, like Shahrazad Ali to say it. I can wait for, you know, Rebecca Lynn Pope or the other chick you just mentioned to say it. You know, I can wait. But at the end of the day, black men are going to have to demand to get their voice back. Black men are going to have to say, and that's why, you know, I champion what Tommy Curry did with the man not in the academy. He was basically, I mean, for all intents and purposes, he was basically saying, man, these bitches are capping. You're not telling the whole truth. You're not being fully disclosive. All you're doing is reframing the issues in a way that you know is going to gain you traction in the contemporary paradigm. But when the smoke clears and the evidence is put on full blast, then some changes should be made, but will they be made? Highly, highly doubtful. I'm highly doubtful that they will. Because, I mean, think about this, and I want you to focus on it, bro. A woman could fucking, like Doc Johnson mentioned earlier, a woman could try to kill a man with a car, and the people around the event will laugh at it. A woman can pour hot grits on a man, and men will laugh at it. Women will laugh at it. A woman can shoot a man dead in the street and then ask, well, what did he do to her? He must have done something to her. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, bro.
You're not telling me this for my information, are you?
I know you're not. I mean, I know I'm not. I know you know this. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, man, the system is the way that these people want it to be. These women are doing nothing but trying to get resources for themselves, and they're not telling the whole story in order to get it. I mean, because that's what white women have done, okay? Aaron Pizzi was the first person to say, look, these bitches are out of line, they're out of control, okay? The question is, how do you get them back in control? Shame, guilt, policy, letting the group among them who are reasonable themselves talk about it or discuss it. I'm telling you, man, I know human nature, bro. Just like you said, listen, human nature.
You guys are misunderstanding me. You guys are misunderstanding me. The reason I say you guys, because I'm reading some of the comments. So Black Uru says what it sounds like he's saying, that we should wait around and blah, blah, blah. Uru, me and you just had a conversation about this. I tell dudes, keep it moving. Keep it moving. I'm SYSBM. Listen, first of all, if we're going to speak in the context of getting Black women to act right, I'm going to say, no, you don't wait around. What I'm saying is what I'm seeing that's going to happen regardless of what we do or don't do. My thing is what the response, the practical response is not to spaz out. I understand how human nature works and what dudes want to do, what they'd like to do, but that's not going to get you the results you want. Understand, it ain't about how you look either. It's about, do you win, right? So do you win? And if you're not going to win, then that's not the way to go. I'm not saying to wait around and do shit. I'm not even saying, I'm definitely saying don't lash out, right? But I mean, if you want to know my way to go, my point of view, Gigi knows it. Maybe some of the guys in the comment section who have heard me speak know it, but you definitely know it. I'm SYSBM, bro. Right?
I already know. You know, look.
So no, I'm saying this to Uru because me and Uru we spoken on this a long time. I see he's in here, so I know he's about to add something. But my point is, I don't want what I'm saying to get twisted. At the end of the day, if things go the way they're going, if men fall the fuck back, whatever definition you feel like that means, fall back, withdraw your involvement, withdraw your resources, stop giving these chicks rewards for bad behavior. The same way I tell them stop rewarding the men they hate with pussy, right? Stop giving them rewards for bad behavior. Start demanding value for your resources in your presence, right? And those women who value that will flip on those other women, right? But at the end of the day, we can't start slapping bitches to make sure they act right.
No, I don't. Look, I definitely don't advocate, you know, just haphazardly, you know, smacking bitches and get them in line to make them act right. I'm not talking about pimping. I'm not talking about coercion. But what I am talking about primarily, look, people are reactive, not proactive.
Understood.
People don't like rationalize what they ought to do, you know, unless they're really like trained in military sciences or something like that. Like, you know, like white people have counterinsurgency measures and they have plans, and that shit don't always work. But like when people, all I'm saying is, if you continue to fuck over people long enough, they're gonna react.
Mm-hmm.
And
now that I do agree with.
And you can try your best to remain stoic. I hope that it doesn't happen. I don't want to see it happen at all. I'm just telling you. I'm saying if the left, if the woke mob keeps on like they are, they're gonna end up getting fucked up, bro. I'm keeping it 100 with you. Now, it might be bad, it might look bad, but unless these women, they don't understand the danger that they're playing around with, bro. I'm telling you, because you got a bunch of neocons who are ready to put an end to this shit. Okay, but they'll put it into all of it though. They'll put it into the race component of this. They'll put it into the sex component of this. They'll put it into all of this shit. Okay, now what I'm hoping is that these people can have better, you know, heads, that they can begin to tell the truth, that they can begin to hear things that make them feel uncomfortable. That's all this is about to me, you know, like, but, you know, you got these chicks nowadays, man, pulling guns on niggas. They pulling guns on each other. Not to say that men ain't doing it, because they are. But my whole thing is, like, we got to tell the whole truth about all this. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the way this woman is characterizing it, and look, I'm going to just read one more paragraph, right? So this controversy about Alice Walker's novel can be understood as like the community having a debate within itself about the political cost of exposing this battering issue. I'm cool with exposing the battering issue if we tell the whole truth about it and not just part of it, okay? Anyway, some critics chastise Walker for portraying black men as violent brutes, okay? Now, also I have an issue with her not, and this is an argument you made earlier, right? Even if it were the case that this violence was being enacted by all, you know, mostly men, it doesn't mean that all men are engaged in that action. So here, you know, she's making it out, you know, like this is hyperbolic to me. It's like, okay, we're going to say that there's this fucking epidemic of violence happening in our communities when only a quarter of the relationships have violence anyway. So what's happening to the other 3/4 of people? Okay. And then in half of those relationships, right, the violence is reciprocal. And then in the other portion of those relationships, the violence is such that 70% of the non-reciprocal violence is being enacted by women. So my whole issue is, until we can begin to tell the truth about this shit, black men have to keep talking, black women have to keep talking, because we educate the women who do speak up. Because a lot of them don't know. You understand what I'm saying? So when we speak, they can go back, dig through the crates, through the lines of some of what we said, and peruse the information which we've provided, and then use it. I'm not saying we shouldn't have allies or that they shouldn't be mouthpieces. But at the end of the day, bro, all I'm saying is black men shouldn't be afraid to speak. Motherfuckers like Dave Chappelle shouldn't be afraid to speak. Motherfuckers like Jason Whitlock shouldn't be afraid to speak. People like yourself, Kwame Brown, Dr. Tiosan Johnson, Tommy Curry, O'Shea Duke Jackson, Obsidian, Angry Man, the whole black manosphere, and even the people that don't like me, you know what I'm saying, should keep speaking. You know what I'm saying? The Mr. Fantastics, the Edward Andersons, the men of tomorrow, they all should keep speaking and saying what they have to say and speak their piece. You feel me? They all should have the right to be able to articulate their views about their experiences and the shit that they feel that they're going through. Bottom line. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, they all should be able to, especially in the society in which we live, man, everyone should have a voice. Everyone should be able to talk their shit out. But when it gets to a point, and this is what I know, this is part of what I do, in terms of academic research. So I'm a social and political philosopher. So ultimately what I argue is this, and I've said this before, communication is the key until communication breaks down and there's semantic noise and one of two sides or maybe even multiple sides just refuse to listen. When another group refuses to listen, what's the way that the communication can become unblocked again and then the conversations can start back up? You have to take radical action. That's the only way that things begin to, loosen up again. And it happened with the gays at Stonewall. They fucking had a riot. It happened with police brutality in Ferguson, Missouri, which kickstarted this whole BLM thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, some niggas burning some shit down. Like, people don't, this more than anybody else, man. People don't take people seriously unless they're ready to act on their convictions.
Let me ask you this, though. Because I feel like those examples you're using are not equivalent. And let me tell you why. Well, first, let me ask you. I understand what people are likely to do because of their feelings. But what does this reaction or this response look like in real life? In other words, okay, we've seen those examples you use. All right. But when you look online, you see men in riot gear with weapons and this and that, and then you see people rioting that don't look like those guys that they're rioting against, right? But when you see, men responding that way to women, and I don't want to say that way because you haven't outlined which way you mean.
And I never will.
I want you to tell me.
It's not something that I can do. And the reason why I can't do it is precisely because, look, I leave it open-ended. And this is just my view about what democracy is. I even read the paper on it. I read the whole paper on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, what democracy actually is. And a lot of people tend to think that it's conversation, or it's voting, or, it's, any number of things, picketing or some shit like that, or boycotting. And it could be that, but it's the political is open-ended. It's like asking, okay, so we got a play set up for a basketball game, but then, the defense, they, have the perfect D for it. So what's next? You play like a jazz artist would. You improvise. So am I asking for men to take up arms and start slaughtering women? That's silly. That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think you are. But
what I am saying is this. At some point, men have to start standing in front of the courts, like in mass. But there's not enough critical mass at the current moment. But you don't really need other than like 10%, 15% of the men to actually be like, this is some bullshit. and come out and start doing like marches and shit like these women doing, and start publishing articles, start writing books, start, exposing their experiences, and more so than just on YouTube. I'm telling you, YouTube is the launching or the springboard for more protracted and for more concerted efforts at attacking these issues.
We're doing some of that stuff already, though, bro. We're doing the thing is, it's just like you said. You do all of this other stuff, and then when that doesn't get to where you want to get it, then again is mayhem, right? So let's get to the mayhem. What I'm suggesting is that if everything you mentioned, the writing, the books, the this, the that, and the other doesn't work, because we've seen this happen in like a racial context where, we sue or we do this or we do that, or we protest and make noise and hold signs and blah, 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 blah. And none of that happens. All the guys who shot, men, unarmed men in the back go home, right? When that doesn't happen, what we do, we take to the streets, we tear shit down, burn shit down, break windows, et cetera, et cetera. The last situation that we had with the George Floyd, right? What you saw on the street wasn't just us, right? And what I was telling people, I said, let those people, let those white folks tear shit down, let them burn shit down, let them shoot each other. You had the kid that shot a bunch of people in the street, and I don't know whether his murder trial has come yet, the one that traveled from one state to another. The people, there's a white boy, and he shot a bunch of white people. That wasn't black people he shot white folks who were in the streets on some BLM shit. Now, what I'm saying is, when all else fails and shit turns to mayhem, in the context of what we're speaking, you gotta let your cousins, your this, your that, any of the women, like a Crimson Cure, like any of the women who are siding with us, their hands got to get dirty, because if it happens that way, then it doesn't look like we just some big abusive bully motherfuckers. And in this context, looks is important for the greater result, bro. Because at the end of the day, it's bigger than how it look. I mean, it's bigger than. And I'm not worried about the image of it. It's about the results. And in this context, how it comes across, how it's done, the strategy behind it has everything to do with results.
Okay, I've been listening to you guys. Can I speak, or should I?
Yes, sir,
down?
man. We almost forgot you was there because you ain't interject, bro. My bad.
No, not at all.
And you got the floor, man. You got the floor for a couple of minutes or so, man. Go ahead.
First of all, thanks for having me on your panel. It's a pleasure to talk with you. I've been here before, so thanks for having me again. And obviously, it's good to talk with 100 as well.
Thank you.
I don't have to riff, but I tend to like to ask questions and then have a conversation rather than just talk extemporaneously and kind of go in various directions, and we kind of get confused. So I mean, maybe I'll ask some questions for clarification. I mean, those questions would include, now, 100, are you saying that black men should essentially sit on the sidelines and just let everything fall? And is the expectation that things will just kind of naturally fall in a way that's to and of benefit to black men? Is that your?
No, I'm not saying that, nor did I even imply it. I didn't say that. I don't.
Well, see, what confuses me is when you say that, well, let the white people do things to each other and let the exotic people do things to each other, let them sabotage themselves rather than presumably black men have an active presence in anything. It's just confusing to me as to what you would actually expect black men to do for themselves. I mean, I know you've explained this SYSBM concept, which I, in principle, support. I think there are some logistical limitations to that, and maybe we can talk more about that. But I just this notion that other people are going to destroy themselves And by the way, as these people are sabotaging themselves, there's a no, like any war, there is what you have called collateral damage, which means that presumably the people who were not intended to be wounded, or the property and etc., the resources that were not intended to be destroyed or damaged, very often are destroyed and damaged. And depending on the war, sometimes the nature of the war and the logistics of the war, the collateral damage can be much greater than the intended target. So I mean, this notion where we should just wait and allow other people to sabotage and destroy themselves is maybe I could benefit from some participation of some people who have a military background, because I do not have one. But I believe that to be a precarious presupposition in what black men in particular should think and do.
I think you're misrepresenting my argument, though. And
well, I actually referred to what you have said.
No,
I directly referred to what you said.
No, I didn't. I at no point during this discussion said that we should sit by and wait for something to happen. I didn't say that at all.
What other than SYSB, or maybe you think your view of SYSBM is, and this is what I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, because when we talked about this before, my impression was that you thought that your view of SYSBM was really the only valid and effective course for black men to take.
No, I said on that live, and I say on this one, and this is the thing, right? You know, I'm speaking very clearly, and I don't think that what I can say can be interpreted as me saying anything else. As far as getting, or recruiting people from the group that we're fighting to our side, that's something that happens in war all the time. I mean, think about this, right? I'll say this before I get to the SYSBM part. We watched Judas and the Black Messiah. What did they do? They got a black man to infiltrate the Panthers, correct? They can't infiltrate the Panthers themselves, can they? Would that work? No, it wouldn't. Because then you don't get close, you don't get in. What does Fox News do when they need someone to speak down against black folks? What do? They hire a black person to say bad things about black people. Okay? Because if a white man got up on there and said the things that the black man would be able to say, it wouldn't look right. It would look racist. Okay? This is not about Fox
News.
Part
of 30 years.
Let me finish the point now.
Okay. Before you continue, brother, with all due respect, sometimes you tend to go on. Let's have a precise discussion so we don't get. This is
why you're misrepresenting my arguments, because you're not listening.
I'm trying to get you to get to a point so we can progress in the discussion.
I can get to. I would have gotten to the point already if I wasn't waiting for you to finish interrupting me. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when you get people to fight on your behalf, right? Covertly, it works, or even overtly, it works.
But you're presenting a false dichotomy. In no war type situation do you just have spies. Do you just have interlopers? Yes, you do have you. Yes, counterintelligence is a very important part of any war effort, but it's not the only part of a war effort.
I didn't say it was only.
It's not always necessarily the most important and
I didn't imply that either. See, again, what you're saying is, if I don't talk about oranges and I talk about apples, I'm disregarding oranges, bro. And that's a fallacious argument, bro. I'm not saying that my argument is the only argument or the only way to go.
Well, please talk about oranges and apples.
Bro, it's an analogy, bro. What I'm saying.
Talk about in your scenario. Okay, let's presume you talked about the oranges. Now talk about the apples.
No, but I didn't get to the apples yet. I was still talking about
oranges.
oranges.
That's why I'm saying let's get to you. You've explained the oranges. Yes, I understand the importance and the necessity
Bro, you didn't even
of
let me finish.
counterintelligence. I don't think we're confused by that. I don't think you have to
You
necessarily
are confused
deliberate.
because then you respond to that by saying that I think it's the only or the way or the.
That's
Or
why
the
I asked, can you now I understand the oranges. I don't think any of us are confused by the
are we
oranges.
having a
You mentioned
dialogue,
the
bro?
importance of counterintelligence. What are the apples?
Listen,
Well, let me
listen,
ask G.
bro.
Am
You
I
asked.
being
Hold on. Uru, you came in here. You asked me a question. Should we sit and wait? I went to clarify what I was saying and to tell you that I didn't say what you were saying. And the whole, way that I was trying to clarify this to you, you've been stopping me from getting you to understand. And now you're implying that I'm saying, well, this is the only way. You're making a lot of inference
You've
and
taken
inferences.
at least 3 minutes to explain to me how I'm wrong when you
Dog,
could,
it
in
would
fact,
take
just
less.
be making your case,
You
brother.
you
I
you
mean, you
you
notice in this conversation,
okay.
I have efficiently made my point or asked my question and allowed you to speak. I haven't, extemporaneously talked because I respect your time. I definitely respect G's time. I'm just saying, let's have an effective conversation rather than filibustering each other. That's
I'm
all I'm
not
asking.
filibustering. I'm answering your question.
So look, let me get this shit back online. Okay, so I get Marcus's point. I'm gonna tell you that I understand his point. I get his point. I think his point is, and I mean, you said it really clearly. I mean, you said you got to get a member from the oppressed group to actually go against the other members of the oppressed group, conceivably, or the way that they're presented, right, in the popular imagination.
The oppressor group.
So,
It's
so,
the same thing.
but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is this also, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I'm saying. People mistake the moral force of a black man's voice. Now, I know black women have, for the most part, been able to siphon like succubi, right, all of the empathy for themselves. I mean, under the, the false narrative that, so much bad shit is happening to women. And even more bad shit is happening to black women. I mean, just again, if you want to stay focused, all I'm going to do is show you what they're doing, okay? And what they say we're doing, okay? They say that this is what we're doing. Some critics have chastised Walker for portraying black men as violent brutes, which they do. There's no contestation about that, right? One critic lambasted Walker's portrayal of Seeley, the emotionally and physically abused protagonist who finally triumphs in the end. Walker, the critic contended, had created in Seeley a black woman whom she couldn't imagine existing in any black community she knew or could conceive of. Then she goes on to say, the claim that Seeley was somehow an unauthentic character might be read as a consequence of silencing discussion of intra-community violence. Seeley may be unlike any black woman we know because the real terror experienced daily by a minority woman is routinely concealed in a misguided, though perhaps understandable, attempt to forestall racial stereotyping. Of course, it is true that representations of black violence, whether statistical or fictional, are often written into a larger script that consistently portrays black and other minority communities as pathologically violent. The problem, however, is not so much the portrayal of violence itself as the absence of other narratives and images portraying a fuller range of black experience. And she's making a case against herself, bro. At the end of the day, and this is my whole thing. If black men don't do this shit, because first of all, black women are not going to know what to say or what to speak about or what to talk about if black men don't talk about their own experiences because they don't have our experiences. I mean, maybe they can see from a distance in the third person some unjust interactions that are occurring related to black men and black women where a black woman is behaving badly and she can come out and issue a diatribe or offering an invective or whatever the case may be. I get that. That's understandable. It's bound to happen. But at the end of the day, although I want an attorney in court working in my behalf, I want that attorney to do what I tell them to do to work on my defense to some degree. I don't want them running the show, because then we're back to, like Dave Chappelle said, we're back at the beginning, ain't we? I don't need a black woman actually to speak for me. I'm fully capable of speaking for myself. Now, it is the case that, black men are perceived as, dominating the conversation. But my viewpoint on it is, look, we live in a free country, supposedly, where in a democracy or a republic or whatever form of government you think it is or however you construe it, one thing we do know is that there's supposed to be open public dialogue and people are supposed to engage in earnest conversations about what it is that they think the truth is. And they should be aiming what they're talking about, right, to some sort of consensus or agreement, or they can agree to disagree. But the stakes are high for us. The stakes are like just immense for us. Now, I mean, like, immense. That's what I meant to say. But put it this way. In this instance, I'm calling for a person like Crenshaw to come out the woodwork. Come out. Stop talking to white people, man, and talk to us. Come talk to the black men you got issues with. Come talk to the black men that you know, right, that have their throat slit by black women. And then make the same arguments about how black women are terrorized. Come have a conversation with black men about women who are threatening to call the police on them if they dare retaliate for after being slapped or pushed or punched. Come talk to, a black man and ask how that shit feels. Come talk to black men who consistently see images of themselves projected on the screen, whereas there's no humanity there. There's only this negative caricaturization, like a half of a representation of what a black person is. There's no full range of expression. There's only the expression of, especially in the color purple, of black men being pathological. And for what reason? What's the context for the pathology? Like if there's a man like, Mr., what led to Mr. behaving that way? What made him act like that? Because apparently there's something wrong with Mr. What makes Mr. Mr.? Like these white folks, man, can humanize fictional characters like the Joker and offer an origin story and try to explain his life was fucked up in so many different ways and this led to the development of this flaw in this character. But when it comes to us, all we get is, okay, well, these people are innately pathological. They are enculturated to adopt patriarchy or some other such fuckery. Only thing I'm saying is, look, don't tell part of the truth, man. Don't come up with all of this shit started by white women in order to try, to express how, you're treated that way too. Talk about what you do as well. Like we're in a counseling session. Imagine just going to one and the only fucking thing you hear is how fucked up you are the whole session. And then you never get a chance. The therapist never asks you, what's your experience? How do you feel about this? What do you think about this? What are your reflections about this? So at the current moment, all I'm saying is, this is how black men feel they're being treated. It's a one-sided diatribe, and it's taking place in front of white motherfuckers. And black men have a morally authoritative voice just based on what the fuck is happening to us, man. Not only is the shit that is happening to black women happening to us, because I've already gone over the data on that. We're being subjected to violence. We're getting threatened with carceral violence because the state in and of itself has a monopoly, supposedly, on justifiable violence. That's what the state is for. To punish and to use force in order to make people abide by laws. So we got that going on. Plus, we getting shot and killed by the law extrajudicially. Not only that, We are fucking more homeless than everybody else. We're more incarcerated than anybody goddamn else. We have lower educational rates damn near than every damn body else. We're fucking hemorrhaging here. And nobody wants to hear what we have to say. At some point, I don't give a fuck what it looks like. I don't care if they like it or not. I don't care if they're offended by it. I don't care if I look like a bully. I'm like, look, I still want these other women to speak. I want them to talk. And I do know a thing or two about strategy, but all I'm saying is, and I hope this doesn't happen, I hope that men, and I don't think it'll be black men that will go Boko Haram. I don't think it'll be black men that will kick off that shit. I think it'll be white men who will do it. I think it will be white men who will do it. These motherfuckers will go, like, if you start to continue to push their backs up against the wall, eventually they're going to be like, fuck you, we're going back to some ancient medieval shit. Sit your ass up and be quiet.
My question is, will it be effective?
Will it be effective? Look, whoever has control of the political machine is going to be effective. It is apparent to me. It should be apparent to any and everyone. The people who control the political machine for real are white men. White women are just like smoking mirrors on the world stage. They don't run shit. Like if a white woman wants something done, she's got to call a man in order to enforce it. Like a white woman doesn't have any power because she doesn't have any physical or brute force to actually make the power do anything.
No, I think you might have misunderstood when I asked. When I say will it be effective, meaning our response. I understand, again, that what people are likely to do because they feel that they're unheard, this, that, and third. I understand all of that. And I'm actually with all of that. My thing is, we've been there before. We've done it before. We tear shit up, break shit up, whatever. What I'm saying is, does it get us closer to the goal? And my question is not, again, it's not a one-way thing or only thing. I'm not implying none of that. I'm just saying what I'm saying. The question is, how do we do it? Number one, without inviting a violent retaliation upon us, and how do we do it to where it's actually effective? It's not about, again, how we look or being called a name or anything about that. It's really about, when I mention how we look, in other words, we'll be inviting. You got to understand, they painted the picture of us as the violent guy in the first place. We the violent men in the first place.
But see,
so that'll
okay,
just be another excuse.
Can I get in? Because I was going to get in, but
go ahead, man. Let Black Uhuru have the floor.
Like I say, I try to ask questions and make statements, and then give brothers a chance to talk so the conversation can move on. So pardon me if my style is a little bit different. See, first of all, what I would disagree that black men have never taken the approach of addressing the problems and issues we have in a collective way and viewing and approaching them from the perspective of black women giving aid and comfort in our enslavement. We've never done that. Not show me where in American history have black men addressed their grievances to this country and have pointed to black women as a tool and a means of white supremacy. When have we done that?
How do you prove that?
No, answer the question. See, you're not going to even answer the question, and that's the problem. Show me when in history have black men said, look, this is how white supremacy used black women to enslave and destroy black men. Show me when we've done that.
It hasn't happened, but there's a reason.
Okay, all right. So even this notion that we've somehow tried and done everything, you're admitting technically is not true.
I'm sorry?
You're admitting, because you said earlier we've tried this and it's been viewed violently and all of this stuff. And the reality and the truth is we've never taken an approach of addressing white supremacy from the standpoint of black women being involved in the perpetuation of white supremacy against black men, against black children. We've never taken the approach that the infrastructure itself uses Black women to perpetuate our enslavement. We've never done that.
But
Can I
let me say this. Let me interject. This is exactly what she's saying. Look at what she's saying.
And this is the very thing we could take to court with us. That's why I said what Dr. Tia John Johnson said earlier. The social science, the literature is already here. All we have to do is use the very information, the very scholarship that already exists to prove our point. But we've never attempted to do that. That's the very point I'm making, Dr. GG.
Okay, so can I respond to him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Again, a second ago you misrepresented something I said, but I'm gonna leave that alone. What I'm because you said that I said that we've tried that, and you just now mentioned that. I didn't say that we tried that. But what I'm gonna say is this, right? In many other ways, we lose against Black women in the system, right? And that can, you know, that is especially true in family court. Okay, so I'm gonna say that. Also, I think that you make the mistake of thinking that we can use the system in the same way that white men and Black women can. So just because you have, you know, these documents and these things, that's why I asked you. I said, if you do take it the legal route, who are you suing, and what are you using to prove your case, and you know what damages? Like, you know, you got to understand, when you take something to court, you coming in there with the basis of something, right? You're going after, are you suing the federal government? Are you suing the state?
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? So
keep going. Keep going. You could,
bro, I didn't interrupt you.
You could name every major institution in this country, and I would likely say yes behind it.
Okay, so no problem. So what I'm telling you is, if you think, you know, it's like suing the police after you got shot on tape, and the cop doesn't go to jail, you still get, he still gets off and becomes GoFundMe rich. At the end of the day, you wanna use the federal government to sue the federal government. Good luck.
Well, I mean, good luck with doing nothing.
No, I didn't suggest it. No, hold on. See, again, you're misrepresenting my argument again, because I never said so. Basically, hold on. Basically, you're making the argument that your way is the only way, so if we don't do it your way, then we're doing nothing.
No, I'm not.
That is,
I already
agree with you, bro. You're misrepresenting my argument.
Did I not agree with you earlier that SYSBM, did I not agree with you
about
SYSBM
right now?
Did I not agree with you on your channel? Did I not agree with you on your channel, as well as here earlier, that I wholly support SYSBM and any man pursuing any opportunity with any woman, Black man in particular, pursuing any opportunity with any woman that works with him, who works for him? I said that. I have said that repeatedly. I wholeheartedly, and I say this as a man, and I say this as a Black man who has been married for 30 years to a Black woman. So I have no qualms at all with the concept of Black men pursuing any and every opportunity for love and companionship and support that's available to him. Where we somewhat disagreed or quarrel were on some of the logistics of that and how that actually works, you know, and where that actually works. That's what we were disagreeing about. So I have agreed with you. It's just that I view SYSBM as, and I think it was Dr. Johnson, or maybe it was GG, who said that I view SYSBM as one arrow in the quiver, not the only arrow in the quiver. I also, by the way, view what you presented in terms of, you know, utilizing people who may fit a desired demographic to make your argument for you. I definitely view that. That's what Black people did during the Civil Rights Movement, when they had Cheney and the other guy who got killed down there in Mississippi. We've always done things like that. I'm not opposed to allies helping us who happen to look like the powers that be. I don't have an issue. I don't take exception to that. Again, you kind of present, or you appear to present, false dichotomies, where I view that you take every possible option, every tool available to you to fight the fight. But I think where you and I perhaps disagree with the most is I think Black men will have to prominently be at the lead for the assertion of their own liberation. I don't think we can sit on the sidelines. I don't think we can wait and hope for the fall of the American society and all that shit for us to be liberated. We're going to have to fight that fight on a proactive basis our damn selves. And as Gigi presented, and as Dr. T. Hassan has presented, and as Dr. Curry has presented, there is myriad social science, legal studies, literature that prove the case of Black men, but we've never collectively made the argument. Yeah, we've fought these fights individually. We've all had our individual struggles and child support court and divorce court and all these other domestic issues. Yeah, we've all fought these fights individually, but we've never gotten together as a class and a group of men and presented that together this is happening to all of us, not just the few of us. It's been a divide and conquer strategy against Black men. And what I'm saying is, if you want to more effectively fight this fight, you got to disable their being able to make this a divide and conquer thing.
Well, like let me say this. Right, some people right now will consider the show that I have to be, the kind of show that's just basically misogynist. Like Dave Chappelle. I feel like Dave Chappelle feels. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just some sort of fucking brutal batterer or some shit like that. Like, it's like, okay, well, what happened to me in my lifetime? Like, what the fuck about my life? You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, if you don't give a fuck about mine, why should I give a fuck about yours? I'm not pouring all of this empathy and sympathy into a group of people who have no regard for my safety, my integrity, or my image before the world. Now, as it pertains to this article, right? Intersectionality, mapping the margins, women, domestic violence, and so on and so forth. My only issue is these women don't even want to have the conversation for real, because to them, to have the conversation would mean that they have to be accountable for some measure to the very thing which they're decrying themselves and which they're trying to stigmatize and demonize us for. I'm going to draw your attention to this article again, okay? And this is the last two paragraphs I'm going to read. And it fucks me up because, basically what she says is there's anti-racist strategies don't want to reveal the dirt in the Black community because we're already stigmatized enough, and it's going to bring bad energy to us to expose it. That's what she's saying. All right. So the political imperatives of a narrowly focused anti-racist strategy support other practices that isolate women of color. For example, activists who have attempted to provide support services to Asian and African American women report intense resistance from these communities or those communities. At other times, cultural and social factors contribute to suppression. Nilda Ramonte, director of Every Woman's Shelter in Los Angeles, points out that in the Asian community, saving the honor of the family from shame is a priority. Unfortunately, this priority tends to be interpreted as obliging women not to scream rather than obliging men not to hit. Now, the thing that's fucked up, like, I want to talk to her ass. I want to have a conversation with this lady and say, look, what happens when you hit us? Are you saying that doesn't happen? Or are you saying that, it does happen, but when it does happen, it really is not, impactful. It really is. It's like Amber Heard said when she was having an argument with Johnny Depp when she fucking punched his ass the day before. Well, I wasn't punching you. I was just hitting you. Bitch, you was putting your clip flickers on me. You were violating my wait a minute, man. Look, you're violating my integrity as a human being. But you expect for me to respect your womanhood. You expect for yourself to be, presented as this fair and docile and relatively, nonviolent entity in the universe. Like all of the positive ascriptions of what humanity has to offer is embedded within your identity. I'm saying I know different than that shit. I know that you are a human being and that you can do some evil and foul shit just like a man can. I'm saying that you need to be held accountable. You say you want equality, social and political. Well, then you got to listen to our experiences. You don't just fucking tell the story of your own. You don't just couch the terms and frame the situation to make it where you're innocent and pure and we're dirty and nasty. This is some foul shit. And I'm willing to speak my mind on it. Be damned with that whole, well, it's patriarchal. Man, these people reduce everything to patriarchy. If you fucking sneeze too loud, it's patriarchy. If you stand up and piss, it's patriarchy. If you get a good job, it's patriarchy. If you slap a woman on the ass at the strip club, it's patriarchy. If you give her some money, it's patriarchy. If you don't give her money, it's patriarchy. Everything is patriarchy to these motherfuckers. There is nothing other than patriarchy. So it don't matter what you do. If you kill a motherfucker or if you give her a flower, if you tell her to smile or tell her to shut up, it's patriarchy. You can't escape it. It's like Freudian analysis. That shit ain't scientific. Now, it might be an element of truth to it to some degree, but you can't confirm it or deny it through the principles of falsification. You can't falsify patriarchy theory. You can't. Just like you can't with communism or capitalism. These people assume that there is a phenomenon called patriarchy and they're looking everywhere to find it. Doesn't matter if they find any, evidence to the contrary, they're not going to see it that way. So at some point, I agree with what you say, both of you. But my thing is, at the end of the day, I'm going to keep talking, bro. And I want women to talk. Because at the end of the day, man, they're painting themselves in a corner. I just don't want to see the shit go and revert back to where violence is occurring at all. I really don't. But I know people. I know when people have nothing to lose because everything has been taken away from them, then what ends up happening? They fucking go ham. This is just human nature. So I'm being non-ideal. I'm not speaking on what should happen or what the best thing to do would be. I'm saying, I'm being practical. I'm saying, look, you keep fucking with people's money. You keep putting people in precarious situations. They're going to fucking lash out. It's like poking a bear. It's like slapping a dog in the mouth. You can slap him 5 times and he won't do shit. The 6th time you slap him, he'll bite the shit out of you. At some point, these women have to take responsibility and accountability for the shit that they're doing as much as they try to make us accountable for the shit that we're doing. I'm just saying. So to them, when you start talking about racial issues, you're suppressing domestic violence. I'm saying when you're talking about feminist issues, you're suppressing your domestic violence. You're engaged in the same fucking activity that you're decrying. You're doing everything analogically that you're decrying, that you speak so vehemently against doing. By means of trying to promote your political ideology, what you're doing is suppressing your abuse of us, your complicity with the system in trying to fuck over us and to have dominion and power over us. The story you're telling is not the full story. That's the only thing I want to impart to these people. Now, if they don't want to listen, they don't have to listen. But I know that if you keep fucking with people and you refuse to listen, if you keep doing it, a backlash will ensue. It could take myriad forms. It could take the form of violence. It could take the form of protest. It could take the form of conversation. It could take the mode, or it could take the form of you ignoring and just walking away and going somewhere else. It could take myriad forms. All I'm saying is, I'm really sick and tired of this bullshit. I'm sick and tired of women being able to fucking utilize all of the state apparatus.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of women thinking that, but I do agree with you, and I agree with the brother also, Uhuru, when he says, okay, well, we got to fight the beast as well. We got to be like David and Goliath.
I never
We
said
gotta-
shit like that.
Gigi, Can you reread that last statement? I want to point something out in that.
Which statement?
The very last statement you read.
Unfortunately, this priority, which is saving the honor of the black community, or the Asians saving the honor of their families, right? This priority tends to be interpreted as obliging women not to scream rather than obliging men not to hit.
Now, there's an important point I want to make from that statement. They pulled kind of a bait and switch in that statement. They convoluted the issues in the lives of black women with that of Asian women. Now we know, especially when was that written?
91.
91. So you're talking 30 years ago. We know 30 years ago, and even effectively today, but certainly 30 years ago, the families, the lives, the neighborhoods, the cultures of African American women and the legal presence, particularly in status of African American men versus that of Asian men, were radically different 30 years ago. So for them to convolute those two things together is intellectually disingenuous. And yet, and then to build and use that as a basis to build policy when the lives of black men at that time and even now, especially from a legal standpoint, is so different from that of Asian men that that's a very destructive and illegitimate basis in which to make any sort of intellectual assertions, and then much less any sort of legal policies that ensue from that. But yet that's exactly what they've done. And that's the kind of thing, that kind of intellectual dishonesty, honesty, duplicity, outright lies about our culture and other people's culture are the things that would have to be exposed in court and used as the basis for fighting on the behalf of black men, both now and going forward. That's what you have to do. You have to pick all this shit apart and say which were lies, which were truth, which applied here, which applied there, which are being used here. They'll use something that happened. They've used something that may have happened to Asian women. And is there even any empirical evidence that those things are even happening to Asian women? Where are the studies? Where's the empirical evidence that back that particular assertion about Asian women? So, but even if that's true, how do you make broad-based policy and legal decisions and court decisions that are mostly going to impact black men and women? How do you justify doing that? But you can't get to the point of contradicting and overturning those policies and this literature if you don't attack it in court.
Well, look, this is what I'll say. The only person who at all in any way challenged the authority of this literature was Donald Trump when he came with that proposition or that act that he had called the Race and Sex Stereotyping Act. Now that shit was overturned by Biden. Okay. But at the end of the day, all the woman is doing is making a case in the academy, which, I mean, she has the freedom of speech. All you can do is say, hey, as far as I'm concerned, all you can do is say, hey, look, what you're doing is immoral. What you're doing is unethical. What you're doing is misinformed and misguided. I don't know if you can, sue the motherfucker or nothing like that. But if she does know and does have access to evidence, you can put it to shame. You know what I'm saying?
And that's my point. What you just said, pardon me for cutting you off. You said you don't know if you could sue, but you could put it to shame. And that's what I mean when we talking about, taking things to court. Like, who are you suing and what damages are you alleging? Like, this is what I'm saying. And not just that, and again, I kind of take a
but we can sue a motherfucker for libel though. You can sue some motherfuckers for libel.
You can, but what are they awarding to who? You understand what I'm saying? You gotta talk.
You don't sue just for awards. You also sue for the overturning of policies and laws and prior court decisions. You don't just sue just so somebody gets paid.
No, I understand that, sir. But my greater problem with this is, G, you said earlier that Black women use the state apparatus against us, right? We watch a show, you know, you got Ice Cube going on Fox Soul, you know, you're talking about Fox News gave a platform to 4 Black women to throw niggas under the bus. Where do you see Black men have a major, you know, media platform to talk shit about Black women? It doesn't exist.
Hip hop. They gonna say they gonna say hip hop. I'm telling you what they gonna say.
It's growing in this environment. It's growing in social media. It's growing with Kevin Samuels. You know, if you don't mind my
that is social media is not mainstream media. It's media.
Bruh, everything has a start.
Uru, I listened to you talk at length twice. So I need you to not interrupt me so you can understand where I'm coming from. What I'm saying is white folks give Black women power through media and other means, even in court. And it's intentional. It's intentional. And we know it's intentional. We'll talk about it any other day. But today we feel like because we got the poker hand, you know, with this proof and what's on paper and things like that, that somehow after watching men lose in family court and lose in cases against the police and everything else, all of a sudden we're going to go to the white supremacist system and use that same system that gave power to the people we're fighting. It's delusional, is my point. That's all I'm saying.
Are we on a white folks platform right now? Aren't we on a white folks platform?
It's not even. You know what? So let me respond to that. I remember a time way before now, because I mean, this is manosphere, what, 3.0, 4.0. I remember when the manosphere just got started, because I was around and a bunch of dudes, Sergeant Willie P, Thugnificent, and a bunch of other dudes had their pages and profiles flagged off of this website because women were flagging their shit off of here and it was gone. Now Google is making some money, so they let it rock. Okay, the courts are not making money with these arguments. This is a business that we're on right now. This platform that we're on, this is about money. It's not about the thing you're talking about. It's not issuing justice. You think that they care that we're talking about this if it's generating them money?
You're presenting a false dichotomy.
I'm not.
It can make money. It can make money and be justice. Those are not mutually exclusive. I mean, so in fact, what's optimal for Black men is to try every way possible to divine ways in which we can fight for our justice and make money while we're doing it. That's the optimal position for Black men.
We're not talking about us making money. You presented
us making money, media, our allies making money. It don't matter.
You presented YouTube as, oh, isn't this a white platform we're on? YouTube ain't court, bro. And G, earlier you said we still gonna talk. Of course we still gonna talk. We still gonna be here. We ain't going nowhere ever, ever, never, never, ever, ever. Okay, we gonna be here. But what my question to Uru, right? And apparently you're older than me. You know, I can tell by the way you talk, you're older than me. You've been around, you've seen all these different things that I'm talking about. What makes you think that someone who is an agent of white supremacy is going to lose by us using the system of white supremacy against them, when we see it time after time after time work in the opposite? And that's not an assumption. Hold on. I just want to make it clear. I want to make it clear. You got it. Bro, if we're going to have this discussion, because I don't talk over you, but I want to ask you, all right? I want to make this clear. This is not a implication that we shouldn't do anything or that my way is the only way. So please don't respond with that, because that's usually infer or imply that I'm saying something different than what I'm saying. I'm asking you, what about this system you have faith in that you think they're going to turn their back on the agents they put on you in the first place to give you a positive outcome.
Okay, you asked me that question at least 3 times, right? So I mean, no disrespect, bro, but I mean, come on. I mean,
Nah,
let's
but
have
you do a
let's
lot
have
of
an efficient conversation. Now, if I may answer your question, if I may, can I answer your question or?
I haven't said anything else, brother.
Okay, so I don't have 100% faith in anything, bro. I don't have faith that when I go to sleep tonight, 100% faith that I will wake up the next day. I don't have 100% faith that, you know, I'll get in a plane and it won't crash. I mean, this whole notion that you should only do something under the prospects or the guarantee, some sort of. I hear some.
Can somebody mute the line, please? He's talking.
You know. So.
Jillian, mute the line.
No, it's true. Hello?
Jillian.
Can you mute this other person, G? Or?
Green Gorilla. Somebody's on the line. You gotta mute that line, man.
That's right.
Mute the line, man.
Hello?
G, is Green Gorilla, are you there, bro?
All I did was bring some more people in. I didn't know they were gonna start talking.
You might have to mute his line. Jolene got his line.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, my only point is I don't have 100% faith in anything. You know, I don't have the faith that Dr. King and, you know, Brother Malcolm and Edgar. I mean, those guys had faith because they had no reason at all to expect anything to work for them. So if I have a fraction of the faith that they had, then I would consider myself to be in some small way honoring them. No, I don't really have brothers who have fought in wars and then come back and got lynched. You know, our whole history as Black men have been an act of faith beyond any expectation or any belief in any real empirical proof that any of what we attempted to do would work. So, I mean, this whole notion where we must find some magical combination of circumstances in which things will work for us, that's not our history.
But look, let's not look.
What we've done is we've made a determination as to what fight we should fight and resourced ourselves as best we possibly could. And then we went forward. And very often we lost. In a very few cases we won, and we continued to survive, win or lose. So that's how I look at it.
But look, let me just say this. Look at what I got highlighted here. So basically what she's saying is like being dedicated to race politics suppresses information about domestic violence, which of course is something only women suffer. But I say that too, tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Then she goes on to say women of color are reluctant to call the police, a hesitancy likely due to the general unwillingness among people of color to subject their private lives to the scrutiny and control of a police force that is frequently hostile. Towards who? Not you, bitches.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it 100, man. Like, look, you're going to hear some fucked up shit tonight right now, because this pisses me off. So the first thing, look, I'm telling you what this article actually is. I'm going to repeat it for the last time. I'm going to be done with this shit. You know what I'm saying? This article is the retributive horn of intersectional theory. It's an apology for the expansion of the carceral state under the frame that women are unjustly and arbitrarily subjected to male dominance via violence and rape. It outlines the ways that immigrant and Black women are overlooked and undersupported as they are subjected to domestic violence and rape, whereas white women are not. In other words, it's a clarion call for black women to unapologetically search for support or help, but we know what form the help is going to come in from 911, from getting your ass locked up for the same shit that they're doing. And this is the issue that I have with this. And for her to, man, like be an intellectual, a lawyer, an attorney, a professor at a law school, this shit is just fucking unconscionable to me. This is some bullshit to me. And she knows better, but she doesn't give a fuck. And that's the point. Or maybe she's delusional enough and fanatical enough to be caught up in a fucking echo chamber where women are like fairies and shit, and they only sprinkle pixie dust over everyone they encounter and shit. I know the truth of reality. Like, men and women are human beings. They fucking err. They commit vicious acts against one another, even in the context of families. But this whole notion that, you know, women are just pliable and supple little innocent, docile creatures, it's complete fuckery. And quite, you know, frankly, I'm just tired of hearing this bullshit. Like, if we're going to solve the issue, let's lead with the truth. Maybe then we can actually get to the bottom of the matter. We can both win. This is not a zero-sum game. If men are winning, women are losing. If women are winning, men are losing. But when you set up identity politics and you throw people under the bus and you only talk about the shit that they're doing without talking about the shit that you're doing, you don't have a good faith. You're not making a good faith effort to rectify the issues. All you're trying to do is lean in, use the system to your advantage, and to do so by throwing us under the fucking bus. So I'm at the point, I'm at my wit's end with being fucking nice. I'm at my wit's end with, look, I told motherfuckers a long time ago, I'm toxic. If being toxic means telling the truth about a whole bunch of cap going on amongst a whole bunch of women who just sit around and they tell each other encouraging stories about how fucking hurt they've been and all this shit. You ain't the only people been hurt. You ain't the only people going through shit. It's like Dave Chappelle said, the trans woman said, I'm having a fucking human experience. Just like you. I'm subjected to injustices by people who look like you. Who got uteruses like you.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, unless you're ready to have a fucking upfront, frank conversation, you can call me whatever names you want to. Right now, you know, the whole, it's like a black person calling a white person racist or whatever. If you keep calling a motherfucker racist, at some point, it doesn't matter anymore. If you keep calling a person transphobic, it doesn't matter anymore. But the only thing that I can say is, you know, what's unfair in this fight between black men and women is the fact that they do have the state at their disposal. And the only reason that they have the state at their disposal, and she's saying that, well, you know, we actually don't. That's a lie. Black women are not reluctant to call the police on black men. That's a fucking lie.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's the evil of intersectionality. And that's why I was saying earlier, Gigi, notice how she conflated the issues of, it started out about the discussion was about black women and African American women. But notice how she then blended Asian women into that. Because
but they, that's what they do.
Asian women, maybe in 1990, particularly in Chicago and LA, may have indeed 30 years ago, may have indeed been reluctant to call the police. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the area. It's definitely not what was going on in Southern California 30 years ago. But I was around in Chicago 30 years ago as a grown man. And I can tell you, I don't recall this period where black women did not call the police on black men. That period I do not recall from what I saw. So, but again, this is the evil, and this is where I think black men would be particularly effective, because we could identify how different the experiences are of black men and black women versus other women of color, if you will, in this whole, well, women and and women of color in this whole matrix of intersectionality. We can expose the lies, the fallacies, the hypocrisies, the inconsistencies. That's what we could win in this kind of argument if we collectively made the argument that for Black people, this was all lies. It was lies back then, and there's definitely lies for us now.
But you know, at the end of the day, man, she's a feminist. Even if she's an intersectional feminist, they believe that they're members of the proletariat and that all men are a problem. Don't matter if they're Black men, white men, Asian men, Latino men, all men are a fucking problem to these people. All men are violent. All men seek to subjugate and dominate women through the patriarchy. Now, the question is, you know, at the end of the day, you got two people living in a fucking household, okay? Now, you mean to tell me that women want men to be their bottom bitch? That's the type of Negro you want. That's what you're going with, right? That's why so many of them alone to begin with, because they're not agreeable people. Black men don't even want to dominate Black women. It's my strong conviction and belief. We haven't been enculturated to fucking be patriarchal, to have it our way or the highway. We don't even have the fucking resources. So at the end of the day, Black men want some women who actually give a fuck about them, who care for them, who gonna stick with them, not gonna use the state against them, not going to, you know, put them in precarious situations over some bullshit, not try to blame everything on them, to understand that they are also human beings and they do shit that's foul and fucked up. That's one of the ways this issue can actually be resolved, is for both sides to actually come to the table and say, I'm sorry for hurting you. But instead of doing that shit, what we got is a conversation in front of white motherfuckers. And it's obvious to me the reasoning behind it. Black men didn't start this shit. These Black women started it. Now, you can say what you want to say about this. You know, she can say, well, if we hide it, then, you know, we're just admitting the violence against women will continue. Bullshit. You're just as violent as any man, especially in the context of domestic settings. Maybe outside of the context of domestic settings, you're less violent than men, but not in the context of intimate partner relationships, you're not.
Yeah, but gee, who set this thing, you know, this image of the violent Black man and the Black woman as victim? Like, understand that we know the truth and we could talk about it all day here and everywhere else. But that fallacy has been, you know, been able to, you know, be put out to the masses because of the machines that are at their disposal. I mean, we know this already. So yeah, we can sit here and we could talk about them not being honest, and in this, you know, it's a one-sided thing. But you know, the reason why the world sees it that way is because millions of dollars has been invested into the idea. You understand what I'm saying? Millions of dollars, and their participation, I'm talking about Black women, has been invested over years into selling us as that thing, right? And that's why I say what I say. You understand?
So, but
they've invested a lot of money into this.
They've invested too much. Yeah, they've invested some money into it, bro.
They have plenty money. Whether it be through entertainment media, whether news media, you know, or just straight up propaganda. And then they do the same thing that I'm suggesting. They go get Black women to talk us under the table. And it works. They're not waiting around. They're actively participating in this thing. Right? So in the context of what they're doing, they're active. Why is it when I suggest that we somehow take on the same approach, that it is received as, oh, we're just gonna sit around and wait? No. And then I'm reading comments that are saying, oh, we need to fight. Okay, but you gotta fight smart. I was just talking to somebody earlier about The only way Black people know how to fight against anything in this country is loud and obvious. That's not the art of war, right? All the loud picket signs and slogans and all that shit ain't doing nothing for us. It's not doing anything. Anytime we make a covert effort, it's shut down by us because we think the person making the covert effort is a traitor. You understand what I'm saying? So,
hey, bro, I get you, man. Look, I understand you. Look, we need to, like I said before. I said this shit a long time ago, man. You playing chess. You got a queen on the board. She moves a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
You got a rook. That motherfucker moves sideways, rank and file. You got a knight. It moves in an L-shaped motion. You got a bishop. That motherfucker moves sideways. You got pawns, and you got the king. All the pieces on the board are necessary in order to play the game to the fullest extent that the game can be played.
Absolutely.
They all move in different ways, but they all are orchestrated on one aim. So I'm down, for different pieces being on the board and being utilized in service of achieving the overarching aim. I'm not looking to have power over Black women. I don't want the power to be able to abuse Black women. This ain't what this shit is about to me. This ain't about, I want to be able to run a woman and she need to be able to do what the fuck I tell her. Man, fuck all that. I don't need that. All I need is the truth. I need truth because truth is beauty and wisdom. I'm tired of all this bullshit, this white woman energy. I'm sorry. I'm just tired of all this fucking white woman energy and these bougie ass Black women in the fucking academy and the corporate America, basically talking about how fucking hard they got it. It's just like white women who were part of the second wave movement of feminism. These fucking well-to-do East Coast white bitches acting like they oppressed. I'm just sick of this bullshit. And then they use Black women who really actually exist in the crucible as fucking pawns in order to achieve their own bourgeois objectives. I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm just fucking quite fed up with it, man. And do men do some shit that's foul? Yeah. But the carceral state, all I can ask any woman, Black woman, white woman, red, brown, whatever, Asian, whatever, is the carceral state stopping your ass from getting slapped up? Or the police putting a dent in the issue of domestic violence? No. It's not stopping. And one of the reasons why it's not stopping is because women are some of the biggest initiators of the violence to begin with. This is the issue. Like, I'm just tired of stupidity. I'm tired of intellectual dishonesty or ineptness or whatever the fuck, ineptitude. I'm just tired of this shit. It's time to be real and upfront. Do I have to step on some women's toes, make them feel all fucked up? Well, maybe. I don't care if you feel fed up or fucked up or not. I don't care if you call me a misogynist, I'll be that. You want to call me toxic? I'm the most toxic motherfucker there is then. If speaking truth is toxic, then I'm fucking the toxic Avenger.
Absolutely.
It just is what it is.
Abusive adults typically come from abusive families and childhood. The least abusive environments for any children are those including a husband and wife, a father and mother. If this society was really concerned about the issue of domestic violence, it would be doing everything possible to keep father and mother, husband and wife together. So the fact that everything appears to be going counterintuitive to that effort proves that this society really does not give a damn about domestic violence. It only cares about domestic violence to the extent that it could be used as a means to control, punish, and when necessary, destroy men. That's the only concern this society has about domestic violence. It's not concerned about lesbians abusing each other. It's definitely not concerned about mothers abusing children. It's not concerned about that at all. It's only concerned about men abusing women as a means of social, economic control and destruction of those men. Only.
You're absolutely right. And that's why I hold my opinion and my position on what you're saying. What you just said is, it actually supports what I'm saying. If that's the let me address you directly.
I mean, bro, we could go. I could disagree. You know what? I'm sorry for interrupting you. Pardon.
If that's their objective, why would they act in conflict with their objective?
Well, if I may, just because an enemy or adversary has an objective does not mean that you do not make an effort to contradict that enemy's objective. A lot of things have been done, I believe. A lot of things have been done to Black men because we have not worked collectively together, and we've not really identified and overtly asserted the source of our continued problem. We as I said earlier, we've tried to do things individually, and we fail largely because we're fighting a fight alone against a gigantic apparatus of law, of court systems, of government, media, what have you. We've taken that on individually. And what I say is the difference is, I propose is that we do it collectively, and we specifically identify how Black women are utilized towards our demise. That is new.
Can I respond to what you just said?
All right, I'm gonna give y'all the last exchange on this shit, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, real quick. I asked you why you think they would go against their objective, and your response was, just because your enemy has an objective doesn't mean you don't fight against their objective. That wasn't a direct answer to that question.
Remember we were on your channel. I'm answering. You asked me a question and you think I have not answered it.
See, then it's
do you want me to address the point you just made, or
I wasn't done talking, bro? I'll let you know when I want to ask you the right question so I get the right answer, and then you'll accuse me of being long-winded. What I'm asking you is, I asked you, why would they go against their objective? In other words, why would you expect them to actively participate in going against their objective? I didn't ask you about us not fighting their objective. Why would you expect, if you know that is their objective, why would they participate to go against their objective? Why would they help you defeat their own purpose?
Can I answer the question?
Let's not be sarcastic.
Well, I mean, the only thing, and I've actually addressed this to you before. I addressed this on your channel. See, maybe unlike you, 100, I don't view white supremacy, white people, to be this perfect supervillain, impregnable thing. No, I view them to be a collection of people, a collection of interests that have had varying degrees of potency and effectiveness. I think, however, much of the evidence is that white supremacy, and maybe G would agree. I know definitely BGS has made this argument. I wholeheartedly agree with him. I think much of what we assert to be white supremacy is going by the wayside of history. And because I think it is weakening, I mean, you got their own women who halfway don't even want to make children with them, for Christ's sake. All over Europe, the birth rates are below replacement. All over Europe is being invaded by Africa and the Middle Eastern people. So this whole notion that white people are these white supremacy is this indestructible thing that you can't take on in any way, and they're only going to do and fulfill their objective in spite of what we do. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think white supremacy is very vulnerable right now. I think that these are opportune times for Black men to take step forwards to try to assert our freedom and our liberty. Now, if you think that they're not going to do whatever that's going to be to their negative interest, okay. My response to that is, I don't know what their actual interests are going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, especially when 20, 30 years from now, the majority of Americans won't even be white.
You got the floor, G, because this Oru, you're an expert at moving the goalposts. I'm gonna say that you're dope with that shit. But G,
what goalposts have I moved, bro?
No, look. At this point, man, I'm almost 4 hours into this shit. You feel me? And I'm all good for having conversations, but you know, I'm also good for having some rest and relaxation. You feel me? And you know, I thank you all for joining me and having this wonderful conversation. You know, the only thing I want to do was finish up what I did yesterday, and I think that I've demonstrated, you know, that it's, you know, an unopposable fact that Shahrazad Ali did have an impact on the development of intersectionality. She did. And I think that, you know, more than anything else, this was her way, Kimberly Crenshaw's way of trying to, you know, blow the death knell on Black nationalism, especially Black nationalism that is based upon the idea that men need to take the lead. And the question is, well, what are women doing? Like, women are doing nothing more than basically fainting on the couch, saying that Black men, you know, especially feminists, all they're doing is just basically saying the evils in the world exist in a unidirectional way where the negative energy is just being rained down upon Black women or women in general. Like, I'm just, this shit is old, bro. Like, and more people will begin to speak on it and to draw out the evidence, to bear it out. And I think Dave Chappelle will be one of those guys, to be perfectly honest. You know, he might not talk about gay shit anymore, but I think he'll talk about women, though. I think he will do that. You know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, the social media has provided an outlet for men to begin to speak. Yeah, we're not mobilized at the current moment, which I think is a tragedy, because I think we should be mobilized to some extent. So, yeah, should we get, you know, all the pieces on the board and have them move in concert or even out of concert? You know, whatever the case may be, man, but all I say is, man, Black men, you don't need permission to speak. If you have some shit that's happening in your life or you've had experiences where you feel like you've been given the shaft, you probably have. Is it the case that Black men assault Black women? Yeah, sometimes it happens. But the same is the other way around. And this whole idea that, you know, like Black women aren't doing anything wrong, they're just like on the recipient end of violence, cut out the fucking bullshit. I'm saying this to these women who promote this. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Because telling half the truth ain't telling the truth. And if it is the case that one day your soul will be weighed on the scales of justice and you will be assessed for whether or not you proliferate truth in the world or a bunch of fucking misinformation and you twist the truth like a knave, well then, you know, I hope there's a special place in hell reserved for you motherfuckers.
Most will be earthbound before they even see hell.
I'm keeping it 100, man. Like, if you want to create confusion and discord, if you want to continuously put out there that, you know, everything that's evil in the world can be outsourced away from yourself, I'm like Michael Jackson on this shit, man. You want to make a change, man, motherfucker, look at the woman in the mirror or the man in the mirror. You want to make the world a better place? Look at yourself, motherfucker. Start with yourself. Start with the shit you doing. That's all I'm saying. Start with yourself first. Clean up your own house before you start, you know, throwing stones and hiding your hand. Clean your own fingernails out before you try to get ours cleaned out. Punish your damn self and get yourself right through discipline before you start fucking trying to, talk about our shortcomings and trying to discipline us. Get your shit straight. Most men are, and I believe this shit. Most men are already aware that they get no cool points for fucking women up. I earnestly and sincerely believe this. Now, if a woman is direct and upfront and says, look, this relationship is not one I want to be off. I have loved you, but I do not love you anymore. Whatever the case may be, that's cool. You agree to disagree. You agree to go separate ways, cool. But all this state intervention and all this shit based on lies is some bullshit. It's a form of power and control, the very thing they say they don't want. Well, stop fucking trying to exert power and control. Stop trying to be hegemonic with your narratives and your frames. Stop trying to force the world to bend to your will and to accept and adopt your narratives and your stories. It's the reason motherfuckers got 2 ears and they got 1 mouth. You're supposed to listen more than you talk. But I talk a lot, so hey, it is what it is. But I am capable of listening. Sometimes I don't always agree, but I am willing to have the conversation, even difficult conversation. So, having said that shit, bro, I wish everyone a merry night.
Okay,
I want, man, peace and goodwill towards brethren. They say, behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Yeah, I guess we're only
Psalm 133, you know what I'm saying?
I guess we're only 2 months away from
I'm on the West Coast.
So at the end of the day, man, hey, I'm about to call it quits on this one, man. I ain't know I was gonna be doing a 4-hour show tonight. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it bees like that. You got to pay your dues, man. I've been sparse around these parts for a minute anyway. I'm gonna start getting my. I just hate to beat a dead horse. I hate to keep talking about the same shit endlessly. I'm just like it's like, okay, well, what we gonna do then? What shall we do? What is our move? I mean, we ain't even put the pieces on the board yet. I mean, that's only partially true. Actually, that's cap on my part because we are doing something. We're just not organized. We're not.
I mean, I think we're organizing right now.
And
I think a little patience. Look, I mean, we've been in this struggle for hundreds of years, and brothers have been up and down, have fought and had this destroyed, and then built something back up and had that destroyed. And I mean, I think we should be this environment, right? If you think about it, is unique historically in that where else in history were Black men able to talk with each other all over the country, all over the world, to propose how they're going to live their lives, even separate from women themselves? When has that ever happened? We've never been in this place before. So to expect us to kind of automatically, in the space of a few years, just automatically come up with some way in which we're going to put together this magical plan that we all agree on, and we're just going to go hopefully into the future. I think maybe we're being a little naive and presumptuous.
Yeah, but I just saw what them white motherfucking women did, man. Them motherfuckers got busy.
Yeah, but those white women got busy. They started that bullshit over 100 years ago. They started that going back to the Civil War. And you yourself mentioned Queen Victoria. That even preceded that. So, I mean, yeah, they had a long run for a lot of fuckery. And because of that, we got a lot of work to do to contradict it. And most of the work, the bulk of the work, is internal. You know, the bulk of the work is inside of us, because if we don't believe we can fight and we can win, then everything else is almost pointless.
Well, look, brothers, I appreciate your company, man. Why don't you give a plug out to your platforms before you leave, and then I'll be out. Let people know where they can find you. Start with my man, Keep It 100. Let them know where they can find you, bro.
Well, Keep It 100, just like I spelled there. I'm right on YouTube. If you want to follow the kid, you want to hear more what I got to say, or I do this panel thing too. And of course, me and Uru will be discussing things in the future. Make no mistake, Uru. G will tell you, like, don't take none of this personal, man. Just hop on the channel. Whoever wants to jump in the discussion or anything like that. I'm out here.
Hey man, me and Marcus been on many arguments, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go through the gauntlet with this motherfucker. It is what it is. But shout out to Keep It 100, man. Peace out to you, brother. Chaos, let them know who you are, man. Where your platform is.
Yeah, and Keep It 100. Put your link in the chat room so I can sub. I go by name Chaos Rain here, as you know, podcaster, YouTuber, all the above. Last live stream, posted, almost hitting 1,000 views. Check it out. You know where I can find me, Chaos Rain on YouTube, and there's many more to come. Uploads and live streams. There's no actual day during the week I put a live stream upload. But like I said, when you hit that red button, hit that top bell, like always, how it's GG. When you don't hit the top bell, you don't know what's going on. And like always, I'm saying, like to hear from you. Comments are free and likes are free. So check me out, Chaos Rain on here. Let it chaos rain.
Put your link in the chat, bro. Thank you.
Oh,
Black Uhuru.
Well, I don't got wrench, so I can't put in the chat room. So.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure that I get you one in so you can put that shit in there, bro.
Thanks for having me on the panel, GG. Again, it was I think a very informative discussion. I definitely enjoyed it. Let me explain. I don't take any offense or any exception to disagreement with you, 100, or you, GG. I try to be respectful. I am a little attention deficit, if you will. So I tend to be a little more assertive sometimes than maybe is of comfort to other people. So please don't take it personally. My wife accused me all the time of interrupting her. So, and prior, employers and business partners and whatever. So it's not anything personal intended to anyone. That's a sort of, I guess, an invariant character flaw that I've struggled with for, I guess, the whole time I've been alive. But yeah, I appreciate the discussion. I don't disagree with you, 100, in terms of what you propose, as much as, again, as I said before, I just think the options are more broad than what you appear to represent. That's what I believe. And maybe again where we disagree is I don't presume that there are any sort of perfect or more perfect approaches to anything. I see us, when I was on your channel and I said, if you're cornered by a bear, you don't have a whole lot of options. You got to fight, and chances are you're going to lose that fight. I mean, chances are you are going to lose a fight with a grizzly bear. But you know damn well if you don't fight, you're going to lose that fight with a grizzly bear. Maybe you get lucky, poke the grizzly bear in the eye, kick the grizzly bear in the groin, and it gets distracted, and maybe you can run away fast enough or climb up a tree or whatever. I don't know. And I'm using this analogy for a point that, bro, and yeah, we have fewer resources. There are fewer of us. All the forces of whatever are against us, and that has always existed. Unfortunately, since we've been here, we've had no choice but to fight, sir. We've had no choice but to fight, and we've had to find assortments of ways to fight. Some of them were overt, some of them were covert, Some of them require certain resources. Some of them didn't. Some of them included allies, right? Even from people from the majority culture. And some of them we were standing on our porches with shotguns as people, you know, were burning crosses. And I mean, we've had all kinds of scenarios in which Black men have had to fight. And I just basically view this from the same perspective. Let's use every option available to us, and let's use some options maybe that we have not utilized exactly in the way in which we previously utilized. I mean, what I propose, again, specifically about making Black women the subject of lawsuits in discrimination cases. I mean, and I'll just throw out an example and I'll wrap it up, GG. Just the whole double minority thing alone. You know, I saw Black women get away with that Black women and corporations get away with that double minority thing for generations. We never challenged that as Black men. We never challenged that. We saw it happening in front of us. We saw them get opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, and we never made a fuss about it. I don't recall any collective of Black men taking a stand against that double minority thing. We just accepted it as a given. And we even actually appear to appreciate and celebrate that they were able to do that. And the argument I'm making is that things like that are what we need to take a stand against.
You're arguing with the
and I'm going on too long, so I'll
Yeah. Hey, look, y'all not gonna go through an exchange. You know, look, I wanted
we
to
can
just
do it on. We can do it on
yeah. Y'all can go right over to your channel right now. Right
Yeah,
now.
man. Respect respect Green
Yeah.
Grill's time, man. Hey, Marcus, put your link in the back chat so I can subscribe.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat because I put it on the chat, but I'll put it in the back chat. Cool. I'll just type it so where it's correct.
So look here, gentlemen, man, I'm tired, man. And plus, you know, I ain't feeling too well right now, man. I got a headache and, you know, my bowels ain't acting right. You know what I'm saying? So, got to get myself together. It might be TMI, so I'm going to keep quiet on that in the future. But let me get my ass on out of here, man. I ride with y'all. You know, y'all some long-winded motherfuckers, but I fuck with y'all. So, peace out, man.
All right, later.
And welcome the next time. You all are. So, you know,
All
I holler at y'all, man.
Peace.
Take care. Till the next live stream.
Peace. Out. Damn it.